That's it. You know, they call on you there, and they show them.
You did good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we still have to have that person show up in conversation. You're using all those pins.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
Yes, I'll let you one for each agenda item.
Kiss it the other way. Each letter can go
Anybody else need a water? You guys need a water?
And the flow is like an old zero.
First shot. First shot. Thank you. And our lights machine's broken too.
That is possibly you, I would have to do this.
What did you do this?
Where do you think I got that?
While you were there?
While I was there.
It's the only dollar I
Hey,
spent.
man, I've got you on the phone now, and everybody's in the middle of the table.
Where's John?
I like it. That's it.
Look at this, John. I love it. That's cool.
We were in Michigan.
Oh, good. So Renee, I passed, yeah, because I called it, so.
You know what?
He said, yes, I did, when I went to work, and he goes, I'm gonna come to your meeting tonight. And we'll talk about it. And I said, didn't do, I said, where are you? Somebody else said, I thought it was hers. I said, with COVID. Yes. Driving away, I'm like, no. She's a friend. Yes. Oh, my.
Not sure.
Not me, this is not.
Okay. Sorry, guys, we're a minute late. It's 5:01. We have Randy on the phone, and it's time to begin. Call to order and pledge of allegiance, please. Everybody? I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
and have a good day, everybody. It's your complicated.
You're in the right one.
Right. Okay. Anything on the agenda, Mr. Snyder, that needs to be changed?
No.
Anybody moved around? No, nothing? Okay. Need a motion to set the agenda?
I'll make that motion.
Mr. Chavez?
I'll second.
Yep.
It's
All
just,
in favor?
it's just me and you, Randy.
It's just us. Okay, thank you. Anybody see anything in the minutes?
I did not. Everything looks good.
Mr. Chavez?
It looked good. I read it yesterday, it looks great.
Okay. There's a couple of things that I was gonna ask about, but they're here. So
Yeah.
that was one of them. And the next one I'll address in a bit. Yeah, no, the minutes are good.
Oh.
I just had a couple of questions, like, were they gonna be here because we'd asked?
Oh, okay.
Or are they gonna be here? It wasn't, yeah, so they are here.
Good.
And then the second one was if we were gonna get updates from Park Hill prior to. Jim asked for that.
Yeah, so I noticed that in the meeting minutes.
Prior to the meetings,
asked.
Oh,
and I just wanted to make sure, because I can have your,
I know, construction updates before the meeting. Before the meeting?
if they, I think Mr. Goss had asked if he could get those, your media presentation ahead of time, so he could look it over.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I didn't,
Yeah.
it's,
Anyway, we'll address it.
Okay, yeah, so if you have a presentation, we can get it before the meeting.
Oh, yeah.
Send it to me and then I can send it out.
okay,
If you
yeah,
don't
probably.
mind, then
Yeah.
just give us a little longer to look things over.
Yes.
Okay, if no other changes or no changes at all, I'll need a motion to approve the minutes.
I'll make that motion.
The second.
All in favor?
You're doing good, Randy.
Yeah, get in there.
Look at that.
Don't lose service, I don't even
Yeah,
know
don't
where
lose
you are.
service. He's
Stay
out.
put,
Near the state line, Rock Valley.
okay, stay put. All right, public comment, do we have anybody
No.
to speak? No. Okay, on to financials, item number 5. Nicole?
Yeah. So I did send all of the bars in your packet because there are quite a few. So do you want me to list them one by one, or did y'all review them, or do you have questions on them?
I, for one, reviewed them and I don't have any questions and I don't need to read them one by one. How about, Mr. Jevis?
No, ma'am, I have no question.
Okay, so I'll need a motion to approve it.
I'll make that motion.
Did y'all also look at this,
I will second.
the blue one?
Okay,
So,
so to the blue one, I'm
This
hearing
one is the
that.
audited cash balance.
Yeah.
And so the first thing I want to make sure that on the top it said 23, 24 should be,
Yes, 24.
no, it is right, I'm sorry, it is right because it's the previous, yeah. So fiscal year 23, 24, it is right. I did correct it, I was like, what did I correct? I didn't correct it, or something else.
And so what's the deal on all the red increases?
So, this is the way I calculate audited cash funds. You, according to your audit, you look at the cash on deposit, the due from or the due to, subtract those or add them, and then the final audited cash position is the number from the auditor, and so I put that in there. And then I go in and put the projected cash. So this is my estimate of how much cash that we're going to carry over. And so it's all mathematical there. It's so you add, subtract, or, and kind of get your balance there at the end. So from my guess to comparing to the audit, the 11,000 fund is a decrease. We have $141,000, $1,825 less than what I projected.
So you just projected each fund?
Yes, you have to calculate each projection for the next year. And so all the decrease, it's just I underestimated for revenue, and so I have to do those bars or increase or decrease bar.
Yes.
So it's just comparing to what I put in versus what the audit came out. And so that's what all those bars are for.
But there's nothing wrong.
Which is weird, because it's always, all we ever see is increase bar,
Yeah.
and now we're seeing a few decreases.
Yeah, it's
on
just, this is
projections.
all budget.
Yeah.
Budget numbers, the money's all there, it's just, projected budget. So this is another reason why I like to have a cutoff date for POs and things that we pay, so I know exactly, very close of how much we're gonna have, how much cash we'll have carrying over. So, I know people don't like me at the end of the year because I tell them stop spending,
Right.
but we try our best, and so sometimes it'll be off, it will be off.
Well, it'll never be 100% on, there's no way. Very good, very good. Any other questions other than Mr. Schneider, anyone?
I didn't.
Mr. Chavez, do you have any questions about that blue highlighted page? The audited cash fund balance? Okay,
No, ma'am, I'll be all right.
We won't have our audit until the OSA, they just sent me out a review notes, and so we can't publish it just yet or send it out to the public just yet. So once I get that, then you'll get your copy.
okay. Okay, so now, any other questions regarding budget adjustments? No, this one. No. Mr. Chavez?
No, ma'am.
Okay, then I'll need a motion to approve. I'll make that motion.
I will second.
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and the next sheet is the school tax. You can see that the numbers for January are pretty, they're significantly higher than the previous months, and that's just because it's closing out the year. All the December taxes have been paid up, and so they're deposited in January.
That's what Mr. Schneider was saying, that's the biggest $2 million we've ever seen.
Because
Yeah.
even last year's 1.1.
The rest. Yeah. Very, very good.
And then the next page is the SDN status. And so one of the things that I did check was the audited cash balance, so that is the true dollar amount there. And so you have your year-to-date expenses and your encumbrances are about $52 million, and so we do have an ending cash balance of the 8.6. And then the bottom part is the bond building, and so we've had like close to 14 million encumbered, and then the balance is the 13.5. And so all the newer projects, like the newer, the one that we just went out for bid, is it the bus barn? Is that the one we just did? Right? That one hasn't been encumbered just yet. Just the architect services, not the construction, so that's not including any of that stuff.
How much of the indoor facility has been encumbered?
All the rest of the projects have been,
That's great. That's
Just the one outstanding. The rest-
yes. And then the other,
It's a storage building and the bus barn, those two projects.
and the next page is the cash sweep. That is the daily sweep that we have through Wells Fargo. And so that one has 506,433 that we received for the month. And then those are all the funds that it's going into, the interest that's going into all those funds. And then you have the fund balances and the checking account. And so you could see on the statement for the cash sweep, the yield, the 7-day yield on that one as well. It's at a 4.25. So it's going down from October when we had it originally opened. So that's gonna kind of help us view what we're going into investments, why we're
Right.
trying to do investments.
Right. Still doing well.
Have any questions on any of that stuff?
Mr. Chavez, any questions
No questions.
regarding balances? Okay.
I'm following along.
No, I know. Okay, I didn't see anything on the list anywhere. I didn't either. So, Mr. Chavez, we're down to Bill's list. Did you happen to see anything there that was questionable or you needed some clarification on?
No, ma'am. I didn't even see the bill list in here.
It's long, it's very long.
I found it.
Okay.
I'm like, okay.
But no questions?
No question.
If you change your mind, do it quick.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah. Okay, if no questions, no other clarification for the bills list, I'll move an approval. I'll make that motion for approval. Mr. Chavez,
I second.
all in favor?
Yes.
Item number C, investment opportunity presentations. All right, this is what we asked for. Jim, and he's not here. He's not here to,
He's not here,
it's
he
Jim.
wants this.
Yeah.
So we can flip a coin or go by who's here first. What do you want to do? Well, we'll start with Morton. You guys can go ahead if you want to present.
Sure.
What you have on your.
Yeah, absolutely. What, would you like us to stand or what's?
Whatever.
How-
Make yourself comfortable, you don't have to.
Make yourself comfortable, all right?
If you're more comfortable. stand.
Maybe I'll stand. We've been sitting in a car for a long
Yeah,
time,
stand
so
up.
I'm not gonna lie, standing feels really good. So, we do have a presentation, but before we jump into that really quick, let me just introduce myself. My name is Larry Lumberg and this is Ryan Stoker. We work for Morton Capital Markets. We worked there for about 10 years. Prior to that, we worked for 15 years for Wells Fargo, fixed income investments. And so we've been doing this for a long, long time. We've been coming down to New Mexico. It's almost been about 25 years that I've been doing this. I still remember when I first came here many, many years ago, 25 years ago, and things had changed a lot. And I was young, and I still remember I came in this black suit, and I was all excited, and people, I still remember I went to the city, I went to the schools, I was talking to people, and they're like, whoa, why is the FBI here? Why is it, like, and I just can remember this feel of like, I was not quite ready, but things have changed so much, so I'm so happy to watch what's happened for your city and for the schools here. It's just been fabulous, so super excited about that. We don't want to take a very long time, but we have a little bit of a presentation to go over what we do, who we work with, and then we want to make sure we answer any questions that you guys may have. So I don't know if that will that pull up that presentation or I can set up.
Archie's got it.
So while he's pulling that up, Ryan and I are out of Salt Lake. So it's been kind of an early morning. We started about 4:30 this morning to get here. It's not an easy place to get to.
No.
But we spend a lot of time in New Mexico and we love it down here. This is a great, great place to be, so.
Sorry, thought I had it.
We fired Archie.
Hey.
All right, who's gonna run is there a cooker or a thing I can just move it forward or?
Archie, don't sit down there.
I think you can maximize over there and then, yeah, I think you use the mouse to, well. Oh, yeah, you can click it right there.
Okay, all right, can everybody see that okay? If we, go ahead and go to the next slide. I don't wanna spend a whole lot of time on this, we had an opportunity to talk to Nicole, but I wanna give you an overview of who we are and what we are. We're a regional, we're a broker dealer, and we specialize in fixed income investments. That's, Ryan and I have been doing this for 25 years, this is what we do. We work with public entities, we work with school districts, we work with cities, we work with the county. We do investments for public entities. We've been doing that for about 25 years. We don't do any individual stuff. Everything is fixed income, and it is with public entities. With us, it is a self-directed account, and what that means is it is your account. We come in and help you. We give you ideas and suggestions, all in accordance with the New Mexico state statutes. We'll kind of cover that in a minute. There are certain things you guys can and cannot buy. We'll go over those types of things, make them aware of it. But it's a self-directed account, and as such, you don't have to pay us. There's not a contract or a fee to work with us. So these last two little bullets, these are the big questions that we always get asked. Like, all right, what does it cost to work with you guys? How long do we have to sign up? Those types of things. There's no out-of-pocket expense to work with us. So the way that we make money is it's transaction-based. When you buy an investment, there's either a selling concession, or a markup, markdown. It's just like going to the grocery store, they buy it wholesale and then turn around and sell it for it. So that's how we make money. There's no contract. You can fire us tomorrow. We work for you. And so those are the big questions we like to get out in front of everybody and just make sure we're very transparent on all of that. But you might go to the next one. We'll just kind of punch through a couple of these. All right, here's our Photoshopped faces that come from many years ago that we improved our looks, and just as our licenses are different things that we have. There's myself and Ryan and Corey. This is our team that covers Utah and Idaho and New Mexico. But we've got offices in California, in Washington, Minneapolis, Tennessee. So we've got offices, in different places. The reason we like to show this slide is just so you know, it's not going to be automated. We did work for 15 years for Wells Fargo. Would you like to talk to this? Press 2. Would you like to talk to that? That doesn't happen with us. You call us in our office, or you call us on our cell phone, and you just get us. And so that's how it works with us. But sorry to have you be my guy here. This is just a sample of the public entities here in New Mexico that we work with, the school districts. We do the investments for your county. We do the investments up the street for Eunice Schools, and then many other schools, many other cities. We work with the state of New Mexico. That's just kind of a little snippet of who we work with. We like to do that a lot of times because people always are, when you're thinking about doing something, you want to honestly, you don't want to be the first one in the pool, so to speak. You want to know that the water's warm. So just to kind of give you an idea, this is who we work with, and we've been doing it for a long time. If you go to that next one. Here is just kind of a quick little snippet of New Mexico state statutes, and I don't know why my slide got a little mixed up on the U.S. government agencies. These are the types of securities that we sell, and we help you with investment-wise. U.S. Treasuries, government agencies, brokered CDs, money markets, and New Mexico municipal bonds. This is the type of investments that we talk about with our school districts. Anybody that comes to us and says, hey, I want to do something different than that, we won't show them anything because our reputation, and it matters to us, and word spreads very quickly if we make a mistake and do something wrong and we've spent too long to mess up. So even if Nicole came and said, hey, I want to buy crypto, we'd be like, okay, you're gonna have to buy it from someplace else because we're not gonna do it.
Right.
And we're also going to say, don't do it because we've done this long enough. We know when your auditor comes in, this is what they're gonna say, this is how it's gonna go. So that's one of the things that a lot of experience and help that we can give. Yeah, go ahead. This is just kind of an idea of the roller coaster of investing. There's just all sorts of different emotions that go in. We try to help come in and sit on the same side of the desk. We work for you guys to try to smooth out the ups and the downs and taking away a lot of the emotions as far as timing and those types of things. We have different strategies that we do to try to mitigate so much of the ups and downs. All of it, again, state statute approved, but this is where we would work with Nicole and in accordance with how you guys feel comfortable doing things. But you just go to the next one. Sorry, I'm trying to kind of punch through this here so you're not all bored to death. What we've done is just taken a quick little look. We dive into a lot of financials, and what we try to do is look and see what you're currently doing and then what we would recommend and what we would suggest to help. And this is the way that things currently look to us. The first little part over here is the cash that you have, and you have about 135 million in a Wells Fargo Stagecoach sweep, and you don't have any in term. And what that means is on a Stagecoach sweep, that is going to be a liquid investment. So when rates go up, it's going to go up, and when rates go down, it's going to go down, and it's liquid. So that part is really, really good. The problem of it is some of these other two basic principles in investing, like the one in the middle, don't put all your eggs in one basket. There's safety and diversification, but then also this next one over here is the one that as Ryan and I have looked at it, that we would recommend to you guys. This is the one that it would get our attention, and that is don't catch the falling knife. And so if you'll go to the next one, we'll explain what that means. This is the past 20 years of short-term interest rates. Ryan and I started just this side of the green line. Alan Greenspan had raised rates 25, 25, 25, 25 over and over and over. And then right about here when it went down, that was the financial crisis when everything went crazy, when Lehman Brothers went under, Bear Stearns. It was crazy. And interest rates stayed low for years and years and years. And it wasn't until about 2016 when things picked up, started going up, and then you can see that little crest right there, and then that's when COVID hit. 2019 right there, and then boom, right back down to zero. And we were there for a couple of years. By virtue of the COVID, inflation went through the roof, as you all have seen and felt, right? When you go to the grocery store or you buy anything else. The Fed aggressively raised rates for about 18 months. And just trying to combat that, we saw a spike all the way up there, and then recently you can see where it's turned. This is the question of where do things go from here? Does it level off? Does it go back up? Does it go down? What causes things to go down and what causes things to go up? Those are the things that we need to talk with Nicole and all of you and just say, let's think about this. At least in Ryan and I's career of 25 years, we've had two massive things happen. What's the likelihood in the next 10 years we probably have another one? Probably pretty good. No guarantees, we hope not, but I don't think we ever planned on a financial crisis, and we surely didn't, any of us plan on a worldwide plague, right? So those are the things that can happen. So if you'll hit that next one. So one of the most important things that we talk about is in looking at your asset allocation is you guys need to set a floor. And what we mean by that is the rates are good right now. We would strongly suggest locking in some rates at that point so that if that thing continues to go down, you have some good stuff that will carry the day, as opposed to writing it down and then being like, oh, now I want to hurry and do it. Now's still a good time to do it. 3% is still a good time too. I mean, we just remember the times of zero when it was like, hey, look, you can put it here, you can put it in your mattress, it's all about the same. But now is a good time. So this is what we talk about with our clients, is set a floor, take advantage of that. Don't have everything in a liquid investment that could go up and down as short-term interest rates go. So if you'll go to the next one, this was, as we talked with Nicole, just to give you an idea, this is a $10 million bond ladder of US Treasuries going out, right, is it 2 or 2.5 years? 2.5 years. It has Treasury bills, it has Treasury notes. So Treasuries are considered no risk, all right? They're backed by the full faith and credit of the United States government. We have them staggered every 3 months, so that in the event, every 3 months it matures and rolls off. We talk to Nicole and say, Nicole, do you need the money? If yes, all right, here it is. If not, we suggest rolling it to the end of the ladder and keeping it going. Why we like that, and again, because of the nature of this money and what it's earmarked and tagged for, probably, I don't know that you guys can go out a whole lot longer than that. I mean, those are conversations that we would have. Again, the point behind it is, can we lock in 4% plus yield in case things go down? Now, we don't want to lock in everything, but we want to try to be balanced and have, we're trying to avoid risk, and we're trying to avoid getting nothing on your cash, because we've lived through those days. So that's just an idea on the 10 million. What that would do on your balance, on your asset allocation, is that's moving 10 million from, so that was on the left side, 135 million, 10 million over here in term, which honestly, I mean, that's a great start, but if you look at the ratio, that's about 7% in term and 93% liquid. So that may be something you may want to kind of look at a little bit. Again, it just depends on how quickly you're building stuff. And I mean, we know that oil and gas is booming here and things are growing here. So again, you take all those things into consideration, but that would be what we would suggest looking at and saying, this is a great way to start. But again, 7% to 93, if you could do a little bit more than that, that might be a little bit more of a prudent move to do something like that. So I think that might be it, other than the disclosures. You can read all that stuff. But any questions for us that we can answer for you or help you with?
Not for me at this point, but that's very enlightening, and 93.7, I'm with you there. We're gonna have to lean on Nicole for advice here, because she's the guru.
Every school district's a little different. Eunice is a little different, I mean.
They're a lot different.
For a long time, but I understand. I understand back and forth here. Yeah. It's like a border war kind of like thing.
No,
Like
the board is fine.
Okay.
We just gotta keep the rivalry alive.
Yeah. Well, we knew, we would know what shirt to wear where, like on a Friday night. Like we wouldn't come in here with anything red on, right? Likewise, we don't go there with anything blue. We can be very, Switzerland, or sweet, so. Any
We're okay
questions?
if you wear blue over there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Chavez, did you have any questions?
No, that's, like you said, it'll be in the whole thing.
Okay.
No pressure.
We will save you the little brochure of their presentation, which you didn't get in your packet.
Yeah,
But
I
anyway.
figured that out, like, this looks nothing like what you're talking about.
No, you didn't get it, but it was
Yeah.
very impressive, and we learned a lot about 25 years of stocks. Yeah, money. But anyway, Nicole, you're right, or I agree.
Clarence.
Nicole is the girl with that. All right, next up, Mr. Clarence, you have one more presentation. Hang in there, Randy. How are you?
I'm great. I killed a whole bunch of trees, so
well.
I'm just gonna
It's okay.
hand out these presentations to you.
Okay, thank you.
That,
Save a couple for.
and then here's a couple of extra for
Yeah.
those of you that
We've got
missed.
three that aren't here, so
Well,
they'll appreciate it.
you mind if I sit
Not
down?
at all.
Right on.
Pull up a chair.
Awesome. Although as I'm sitting at the end of the table, I kind of feel like I need a cigarette blindfold. So, we'll About how much time, do we have allotted?
About 3.5 minutes.
3.5 minutes? All right, do I get bonus points if I finish early?
That word goes over here.
All right, so before I get started, is there anything top of mind that you feel needs to be addressed before I start pontificating?
Are you the one, is your company the one that has mainly worked with schools? Or
That's,
just her?
that's them right there.
Okay,
Although, I'll address that shortly, but no, that's the gentleman that you just heard from. So, let me tell you who I am, why I'm here, and then we'll run through the presentation. Thanks for having me. I'm gonna talk about 5 things, and I'll be as succinct as possible, because I know the hour's late, you're here on a holiday. First, I work for Union Bank of Switzerland, which is UBS. You might know us better as the old Paine Webber. We bought Paine Webber back in the early 2000s, and now we go by UBS. I'm going to talk about your current situation a little bit. I'm not going to try and belabor any points. It's always already been gone over. I'm going to talk about our strategy, some additional items, why it might make some sense to work with us, and then finally I'm going to talk about our team. If you have any questions along the way, please stop me. I want to make this as interactive as possible and make it as useful as we can. So if we turn to page 2, who's UBS and why would you want to use this? So UBS, long and the short of that, we're a global powerhouse. We are the largest money manager on the planet. 1 out of every 2 billionaires in the world has a relationship with us. UBS Asset Management, which is the organization that I work with, we've got 30 years of history managing fixed income in this country alone. There's 130 knuckleheads just like me across the globe running money for different individuals, foundations, risk money, sovereign wealth funds, and municipal and corporate entities. So we pretty much run the gamut. As of September 30th, 2014, that looks like about $415 billion worth of individual funds. We have it broken out. I would just say that we have about $20 billion in short and ultra short duration, which means maturities, bond portfolios. Essentially what we offer is international resources delivered locally and personally. I mean, I've been coming down to jail now, coming on 10 years working with individuals in different institutions here in town, so I'm familiar with the community, people in the community. I was raised in New Mexico, I'm a lifelong resident, and I'm vested here. The rest of the couple of 3 pages talks about how good we are, what we think about the markets, and in just interest in time, I'm just going to skip over it. And I'm going to talk about what your current situation is. Okay, so we know you have a whole bunch of money at the bank. We also know that you have an office manager, Nicole, who's being pulled 4 ways from Sunday. Not only is she doing this, she's coaching, driving a bus, she's doing financials. She's overwhelmed, and you're like most organizations that we work with, you're trying to do as much as you can with as little as possible. Where I think that we offer an advantage is we act as an additional member of your staff, and we really specialize in lighting the load. So from what I've been told, you got a bunch of money in a bank account, you're doing building projects, you have maybe unpredictable cash flows, you don't know when money's coming out, when contractors need it. So you need liquidity, but at the same time, you're kind of paying for that liquidity. And as the gentleman who preceded me, we are in a changing rate environment. So it does make some sense to lock in what we can while we can. So that makes sense. Now, how do we skin this cat? It's remarkably similar to my competitors, my well-spoken competitors. What we have here is on page 6, we've got, I put an executive summary portfolio characteristics, which is to say, we're doing a 1-year treasury ladder. Why are we recommending treasuries? Well, for the same reasons that you've heard. They're highly liquid. They're extremely safe. Under a year, you have very little what we call interest rate risk or duration risk. And what I mean by that is if we go far out in long maturities and you see a rise in interest rates, you're gonna have a corresponding drop of your balance. Now, since these funds are earmarked for projects, you can't really afford to lose any principal because you're making bets on interest rates. We saw very famously a couple of years ago, a couple of banks in Central California that went under because they had 10-year treasuries and those were backing overnight deposits. And when rates went up, the value of their portfolio dropped 50%, and the next thing you know, you're illiquid. I realize this is real money, and we can't take bets on whether or not rates are gonna go up, down, go sideways. We really can't pontificate with it because you have real needs for it. So this treasury ladder is what I think is a crawl, walk, run type of solution. It's easy to manage. Again, as you heard before, every month bond comes due. Do you need liquidity? Do you not? If you don't need it, then we park it out where it makes sense, which is gonna be 12, 13 months down the road. If you do need it, we can transfer it. And we can actually talk about some efficiencies there that'll make your life a lot easier. Now, there's a thing called immunization where you tie the maturity of the bonds to known cash flows. But as Brian shared with me, that's a moving target. Now, we can do it, but it's gonna take a lot more time. And we can manage around where we think you're gonna need money, but if we're wrong, then we're going to have to make changes. The whole purpose of this portfolio is threefold. Number one, it's safe. Number two, it's liquid. And number three, it's not going to overtask your business manager. So what I'm suggesting is a little bit of a different tack. So instead of calling you up and talking about the markets and seeing what you think, get your approval, we're gonna manage this. We're gonna manage it straight away. And we're gonna do it for a fee. And the reason for that is we will not mark up or mark down bonds as we need to. You're gonna get them straight off the street for what UBS gets them for. So I think that puts us squarely on your side of the table. So we don't have a vested interest at the end of the month to make trades. We're going to run this as we see fit for your best interests. And we're on the same side of your aims because we want to see the account value go up. With that said, the portfolio is remarkably similar to theirs. The only difference is how we're skinning the cat and how you're paying for the service. You know, you want to do it, piece by piece, bond by bond, or do you want someone to take that discretionary control over the portfolio, leave the decision making to us, and then talk to us once a month, and the only decision you have to make is whether or not you need money or not. So the two solutions are remarkably similar. I use $30 million. That's going to give you about a quarter of your overall assets and bonds, as opposed, to the 135 million. But you have to decide what makes sense for you. Now, that's essentially the solution. So I'm kind of glad and just kind of encouraged to see that at least I'm thinking about this the right way. So congratulations, gentlemen. At least we're looking at the same solution. But here's where I think it might make a little sense to work with us. So your problem isn't an asset management problem. Your problem is a cash management problem. Now, in addition to being an investment manager, and a very good one at that, we're also a bank. That's what the B stands for in UBS. So what we can do is a few things that can enhance your ease of management. One thing is we open a business services account for you, which is gonna be like a clearing account, it's where money goes in and out of. You have your investment account, and then you have your banking account. We're gonna get you an ABA and a routing number on that. You're going to be able to, if you want, you can have a sub-account for every one of your projects, and you can run these things separately. You can have one big pool of money, and everything can be sent to Wells. It matters not to us. It's all about what makes life easier and manageable for you. So if we do this, you have the option of doing wires, doing inter-account transfers. We'll get you a checking account. With checks, we'll send checks on your behalf. If you've got vendors that have minor expenses, we have credit cards that you can pay these things for straight away. So I'm not saying that you fire Wells, and I'm not advocating that, but we can take up so much slack that we can make the integration between investment management, day-to-day processing, and working with with your current bank seamless. And that's what we do. We do that day in, day out. Anyone can manage investments. But in order to have someone step in and act like a member of staff, someone that you're not really paying benefits for, giving time off to, get sick, we're here. And there's an army of people just like me that's gonna stand over and watch this account. So on tab 2, I think it is, here's a little bit about this business service account that you would have. And I'm just gonna run down the wire transfer, bill paying service, electronic funds transfers, wire transfers, debit card, all of that comes to you at a nominal charge. I think it's like $100 a year to get the account. And on top of that, you can slice and dice this any way you please in the way that makes sense for you. Doesn't matter to us how you see the world. We're here to really accommodate. So there's that aspect of it, but where it really becomes powerful is we have the ability to take a feed from Wells Fargo and bring it directly into your online services. By the way, all this banking stuff that I'm talking about, you can do on your own computer. So all these wire transfers, debit balances, all that other stuff, you don't need to call somebody at the branch to get this done. It can be done straight off the computer, if you want. If you don't, great. You can call us up and we'll handle everything like you would normally at Wells. But if you want the additional efficiency and the flexibility of running this stuff off of your own desk, we can do that. Again, it's all about making this simple and easy to manage. Moreover, you're on your computer and you want to know what your balances over at Wells Fargo are. We have the ability to take a feed from Wells, actually 12,000 other financial institutions, and feed directly into your online screen at UBS. So you see everything on one shot. So there's not duplicate screens that you have to go through, duplicate passwords. It's all there. And it's there primarily for your benefit. Does this cost anything? No. We have 24/7 tech support. I also deal with our IT people. Nicole, you call someone on the phone, it takes about 15 minutes to set up. You set up your control people, authorized users, people who can look at the account. You can have that done in about an afternoon. Now we're talking black arts, but it's electronically encrypted. Is it hack proof? You know, I don't know if the government of China really wanted to get into it, maybe, but for all intents and purposes, it's a very secure platform. So you get that in addition. So we've got investment management, which I think is one leg of the stool. But in addition to that, you have the ability to run your money and move it between accounts, vendors, different institutions, you have that flexibility as well. And then 3, you have a comprehensive view of all of your accounts under one umbrella. Moreover, when it comes time for statements, financial statements, we can arrange these statements in a fashion and in a format that you're most comfortable with. And that's something that we can do relatively easy as well. So I think at the end of the day, you're getting the safety that you're looking for. You're getting the liquidity. You're getting the additional yield. You're getting the ease of management, and on top of that, and to top it all off, you're getting a very transparent system where you can employ checks and balances and have numerous people looking at this account and all your assets for that standpoint in one simple deliverable screen. And wait, there's more. You got a team of people that are going to be your advocates. So I'm going to skip over me if you look over tab 3, but I'm going to talk about people that are on my team. First, I'm going to talk about Steve Cantor. Steve is the executive director of fixed income in New York. Steve and I have a weekly call about positions and the accounts, other pools of assets that I work on. He's kind of a rock star. He worked for State Street Global Advisors as well as Ellington. He is really the conduit of information of UBS's best thinking about fixed income markets, and he's accessible. He's someone that I speak to several times a month, and he largely drives the firm's best thinking about fixed income. What happens if I'm out on the road? Well, the next page is Susan Brable. Yeah, it's the same Brable that is the coach of the Patriots with Cousins. I'm swinging for the fences here, so I'll take everything. Susan's been in the business for 30 years. She is the rails that keeps the train from flying off the tracks. She's extraordinarily knowledgeable, probably knows more about the business than I do. And she is my day-to-day. Some of you have met Susan over the telephone. She's extraordinarily efficient, proactive, and she's going to be the person that is going to interface with Nicole when it comes time to moving money, setting up accounts. So she's there in addition to me. And then let's talk about me, because why not? So I'm a senior PM. I've managed money all across the Western United States. Prior to coming to UBS, I worked for Wells Capital Management. I worked for a US bank institutional asset management. I've been doing the job for coming on 35 years. I've been a bond trader in New York City. I've been a fixed income fund manager in Seattle, and I've managed union pension accounts in Las Vegas, Nevada, and now here in Albuquerque, New Mexico, where actually I grew up and went to high school. And I am a victim or a beneficiary of APS. So I believe very strongly in what you're doing, and I believe that there is a vested interest in everybody who lives in New Mexico to see our education systems flourish. So I'd like to be an active ally, an advocate, and a partner in that. Past 3 years, I've been named a Forbes Best in State Financial Advisor since 2022. I am Rotary Chairman, Rotary President, Boy Scouts, blah, 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 blah. Veteran of the Army's 82nd Airborne Division. CFP, hold a Series 7 and 66. So I've been to a rodeo a time or two. I think that what we have for you would be a pretty elegant, stress-free, and cost-effective solution for what you're trying to do. I don't think, in full disclosure, I don't think you can go wrong either way. We just certainly have a different way of looking at the same problem. But I do think that in addition to investment management, there's far more that we can add from an infrastructure standpoint that I really think that gives us the upper hand when it comes to managing your day-to-day business. And with that, any questions?
Holy, Mrs. R, what are you thinking?
Well, you wanna know honestly what I'm thinking?
Yeah.
Is, Susan went to the University of Michigan,
So,
so.
there you go, no, I'm kidding, no.
Of course, planners creating, work with AI.
Oh, wow.
So I went to school at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas, which stands for You'll Never Leave Vegas. So, so I mean, she's the better educator of the two of us.
Wow, well, that's a lot.
Mhm.
It is a lot.
That's a lot to ponder, it'll be on your
That is,
agenda,
that is a
it'll be an
lot.
agenda item for next month too, so if y'all would look at these both over.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
If you
And
have
we
any
got,
questions, call myself or Nicole, if you have any questions on that during the month.
yeah, we'll get these to our other board members that are not here
Yeah.
and give them some time to digest it all and have a conversation or 2 or 30 with Nicole and then we'll move forward at some point. Thank you so much for coming.
You're all done.
Absolutely, my
Thank you so much, y'all can, yeah,
Y'all can leave, just get out of here.
Yeah.
Sick of listening to you.
be safe, be safe, thank
Thank
you for the interview. Yes.
Appreciate you.
Absolutely. And be careful going back. Mr. Chavez, I don't guess you had any questions. I just kind of released them all, but.
You know, Mr. Chavez, I'm still here.
How long were you contract, like, what was the terms?
Oh, the terms of the contract.
We're not even clear that.
You can fire me, Will.
I was just curious.
Yeah,
And
no,
fire,
no,
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 and there's that.
At will,
no.
Fire
at will.
At will. Oh, okay, at will, so no.
There is no locked in on terms of
No
contract,
contract.
On
on both, yes.
So this guy's a redhead, that makes me like him better.
Stop it, Mrs. R. Huh?
Did you ask for his card? That's great.
But you can tell it used to be red.
You can tell.
Well, how do you like it?
It's because your eyebrows.
Okay, well, that was
Okay, yeah.
a whole
Lot of
lot of
information.
information, and man,
But I figured as much money as at stake, you guys need to have at least 2 people wanting this, and I think you need to look at everything, there's a lot of money here. There is no, this is something we don't need to take lightly, it's
no,
huge.
this will not be the last conversation we
Yes.
have about it.
Yes, yeah, that's why I wanted as many options as you guys can.
Person.
My question would be, what is his fees? You didn't say.
It's,
It might be astronomical.
Well, they already use them.
we'll work using
Yeah.
them, so.
So we've got a lot of research to do and leaning on Nicole, and we'll just move forward as we can.
Hey, we didn't say she could leave.
She took off with them.
She escaped.
Finance is over.
Okay.
Finance, that's-
Item number 6, old business. You guys are up.
All right, you want to go ahead and do your thing, and I'll look at the presentation and everything.
Start with baseball. Omar?
Well, we've done a lot of progress on baseball, I think. We have CMU walls coming up. They're advancing pretty good. I got bummers out there. They're roughing in as we progress the CMU. And,
I just drove by there, and man, it is like, kids are everywhere, and everybody's working, and wet drought everywhere. It's, yeah, things are going up.
we're doing some good progress on it, and I mean, it's just depends on the weather. That's the only thing that's kind of slow us down right now. Other than that, we're doing pretty good progress on
Steel trusses are coming in this week for it, so.
it. Either Wednesday or Thursday, I should be getting steel trusses.
Okay,
Weather is our biggest issue.
it's about to get cold.
When it's cold, you can't live long.
Hopefully, it's got one more week of this.
Oh, I hope so.
And then we'll fight the wind, but we can work.
And work with the wind, usually work with the cold.
And just full disclosure too, since we're talking about Lasco, so I was looking for a garage building and I found a place that could sell it to me. So the problem with them is that they have to have a contractor to put the actual building up, because I don't know how to put a building up. And so I talked to Lasco, they gave me a quote, and then I talked to another company, I got a quote, and then I talked to a company that just comes in and puts the building with the sale, and Lasco is the one I'm gonna use to put my building up.
So, but this is for you personally.
For me personally, that's what I don't need to know. You know, that way if you see Lasco putting a building up,
And
it's
a
not
sign
like.
out in the front yard, where's my
Yeah,
building?
yeah, I mean.
Can I use this money?
It'll be gone after I put my building
Yeah,
up.
right.
That was Brian's biggest concern, is they're gonna think you put that building up for free, so we work for free.
No, we don't do that. But where they do save over the others is that all their equipment's right there across the alley. They don't have to mobilize anybody.
Well, we buy so many buildings from their place,
In the same.
we get a lot better price than they'll sell individuals, so we can pass that on.
Good,
Well,
that's
good for
nice.
you.
They were about $3,000. They could get the building cheaper than I could get it in a year and then find a contract.
Right.
So.
Well, appreciate you letting us
Just
know
to let you
that.
guys know, because you never know. I mean, they
Oh, you know, I'll be asking.
could. Yeah, so.
I was trying to figure out how to do my presentation bigger, but I guess this will have to do. Anything else construction wise?
Yeah, that was just the ballpark. I'm gonna let Grady tell you about elementary. We've both been looking over it, but he's got some scheduling stuff that he worked on today that I'm not up to date.
Yeah, we're right around the corner for starting sheetrock. We'll start sheetrock next Monday. I wanted to push it, I was trying to push it for this week. But we had a little bit of, some issues with scheduling with inspectors. Our plumbing inspector, our normal plumbing inspector, he quit.
Oh.
So now we got the chief inspector down here, which is 100% by the book, which is fine. We have no problem with that, but getting him scheduled sometimes is harder than our normal Monday and Wednesday schedule. So that kind of throws for them. We can't get him here till Wednesday. And then I've got final framing inspection scheduled for Thursday. We'll start sheetrocking Monday, because a lot of these crews, they only work 4 days a week. They go home on Thursday. I can't get it fast enough to start this week. So sheetrock will start Monday. We delivered sheetrock and insulation in there today.
The last parcels of steel for that front entry that we had to do field dimensions on, it's in production. It's still several weeks out, but RJ and Dusty and I spoke earlier on that, and we're trying to develop a game plan. We've got to do some noisy work in there, and I'm trying to work it around where it's gonna minimize the impact on y'all. We may end up working some weekends. I probably need to get with Dusty and get a school schedule, if y'all have any holidays or days off, we can really,
Spring break coming up.
Spring break,
That's what
if we
it
can
started, yeah.
get the material here on time.
well, the material was, and I didn't look today, but it's still fairly, a fair piece out, so spring break might be the best opportunity. Our issue with that is, once we open the lid on that, it's like opening the door. We're exposed to elements, so once we commit to that, we will be putting in the time to get it in, get it up, get it covered.
Let's pray for good weather during that
Exactly.
week, for sure.
It's gonna be like opening the roof on there, it's gonna start getting cold in the office, and, you know, like I said, we're gonna play it by ear, we need to get it done, but I wanna have the minimum effect on the school and operation as it is, and since it's right there centrally to the office, it's like the head of the snake, we're gonna do our best to make it workable for all of y'all.
We know you will. We appreciate that. You guys appreciate that, for sure.
And moving forward, y'all have seen junior high, it's like we finally got all the slab concrete poured, the steel's coming up, we still have some outside concrete stairs and ramps, stuff like that.
I saw that for whatever reason, the stairs, the sitting area, I thought it was gonna be facing this direction. I'm like, wait a minute, it's facing south, so that's just me not looking at the pictures right
But that's moving,
They're there.
that's moving along rather nicely,
Yeah.
we were gonna start the dirt work and concrete on the greenhouse, but we decided it's really gonna impede us getting in there, hauling that steel in there, so we did steel it first. It would just bottleneck everything, and make it really a lot of trouble on us.
Getting equipment in there for the
Right.
skin walls and stuff.
You notice we're putting brick up on the elementary addition. Weather permitting, we've had to pull off of that, as well as the retaining wall that's going around the track. We've got the north end started. We've got the south end laid out, we're ready to dig it. I might dig it this week, but like I said, we're gonna have 3 days of cold weather. My issue with digging open trenches and leaving them like that, you have so much activity around that track. I wanna keep them open as short as distance amount of time I can. You know, we can't police the thing 100%. The kid run around there and fell in the ditch. What we like to do is like we did the first one, dig it, get the rebar in and pour it, at least.
For sure.
It helps with liability issues with all of us.
Yeah, for sure.
So that's where we're at on that.
I did not see the track. I didn't go back.
They've got the stem walls start dug out.
And I've got the south one laid out, and as soon as we get a little better batch of weather where it's not hit and miss, because I want to dig it. It keeps our footing from sloughing off, and dig it, pour it, and get it done. And it also, it's a liability issue to have them open, so
Absolutely.
that's where we're at on that one.
What's that, the indoor?
Yeah, the indoor facility, we're kind of in park on that. We're waiting on rebar. We've had some issues, RJ can probably kind of explain that a little better to you.
Yeah,
See some progress down there.
Yeah,
Some-
yeah, the
coming
current-
out- Coming out of the ground.
the current submittal review, you know, so we have to design the rebar, call it out, detail it, and then they bid it, and then the person that bids it submits their final calculation and their drawing showing where every piece of rebar is. So they've submitted that to us. We have an engineer that we hired that specialized in the bleachers and that also worked on the concession. That since he worked on the concession and bleachers, we had him work on the indoor. Well, he's covered up with other projects right now, and so we're trying, I've threatened him in emails multiple times, but we're almost to the point where we've got two options, where I can just use another engineer and then back charge him because he's taking so long, or we can approve the rebar and then charge him if any changes have to be made, because the review is to ensure that there's not changes down the road. But at this point, typically 90 to 99% of the rebar should be fine, and he's trying to catch that 1% just in case this comes out a little designed improperly based on a company. So right now, by the end of the week, we're either gonna do one of those two things if we can't get him to finalize.
By the end of this week.
By the end of this
Okay.
week, yeah, because it's been about a month and a half right now.
Since it's been sitting.
Since it's been
Yeah,
sitting, it's
same.
supposed to, they get 2 weeks is what you're supposed to do, so he's over a month behind.
Yeah.
And honestly, a week ago, we received his review, sent it to Lasco, and then realized he uploaded the wrong thing. And so we're hoping he uploaded the foundations instead of the rebar. The concrete, they kind of go hand in hand, but they're two different things. And so we're hoping it was a mistake, he's overwhelmed with stuff, and he can just re-upload the right thing. So that's best case scenario. But by the end of this week, if we can't get that, we've got to go with option 2 and 3, because it is holding up the project.
We've got anywhere from 4 to 8 weeks lead time getting rebar. So we're looking at a month to 2 months.
But he needs the confidence that it's been approved in order to start digging holes, because the holes are gonna take, a few weeks, and he doesn't wanna leave them open until he knows the rebar.
Is they're only got 104, 109 holes. They're 25 foot deep.
409.
Oh,
Oh, it was. 109, okay, I'm
Even a winter.
Here's
Still
the issue.
109.
If we drill these holes, and I don't want to leave 109 holes in the ground over there for 2 months.
Yeah, can a child fit in?
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
In fact, this is the critical part of the job. We don't really know how many holes we can drill a day because of the ground underneath it. When we did the holes for the scoreboard, down about halfway, hit a big rock shell. We might get 2 holes a day, we might get 100 in a week. It's a scheduling nightmare because the way I like to work that, I like to drill the holes, have the rebar there, drop the rebar in it and pour it full of concrete. And sometimes I fall in. Getting concrete, sometimes we have to wait 2 weeks to get concrete around here. So it's a scheduling nightmare, this part of the job.
Yeah.
What we can do, if we get ahead, we'll pin sheets of plywood and stuff over the holes and mark them, barricade them, which will keep people from walking in them. But if we have any freak rainstorms, they're gonna fill up with water and then we have another issue. So we don't have any more holes drilled than what we can fill. We don't wanna get very far ahead of our concrete schedule. I just kinda wanna be transparent with that, because you're thinking, why aren't they doing anything? That's why I don't wanna drill them holes. It's such a big risk and liability.
And it's extra work if you have to cover them and
Well, you think
operate on
that free rainstorm, if we have 109 holes that go full of water, they're gonna collapse, and then we're really gonna mess.
Absolutely.
I've done 3 buildings like this, and this is the critical hard part of this job.
Yeah, we don't wanna scrimp on this part.
Well, my dad always
Done
told me,
right.
if you start wrong, you stay wrong, so we want to come out of the ground right.
So, yeah, working through it, we're gonna try to resolve that this week. We've got this shows potential projects, I edited a slide, but potential projects are the elementary playground, which is part of this change order that we're talking about. Elementary bathroom addition, also part of the current change order on the action items. And then we have shelved for now the athletic locker, oh no, we're working on the athletic locker office edition. I was thinking of the team room. So those are in works. And then the action items, we'll talk about those.
Mrs. Kohler, somebody had asked about water fountain. There is water fountains on the wall out in front of the bathrooms.
Yes, yeah, in the loft, there's actually a little
It was-
lobby.
Someone asked for them over there, and I don't remember.
No, I knew that was coming.
Okay, good, as long as you know.
All right, this schedule hasn't changed, so this is the same schedule. I'll send you all the presentation and we can start sitting them the week before, for sure.
Thank you.
So this is the slide that we've shown, that's kind of the overall of what was bidding, which is no longer bidding as far as the bus barn and parking lot. That those projects have been accepted, and Lasco's already working on those, and I've got pictures of those under construction. And then we're showing the elementary playground at about 1.7, elementary bathroom at about 200,000, and we'll look at the action item that's on the change order in a little bit, because it is a little bit more than that, but there are other items it's addressing. So for the pictures that Robert was talking about, this is the baseball, and this was 2 weeks
I
ago.
was gonna say, it's much taller than that today.
Yeah, so this is the other side of
15
it.
feet or so.
Yeah, that was a picture from 2 weeks ago, and now
Yeah.
you can see they've come back and they've got it out above head height.
Once I started, the work on that, it started.
Yeah. So I don't know, what do they have, a week, depending on the weather, I guess, to finish that, probably less if they could keep going.
Yeah, if the weather's good this week, I should have all the outer shell.
Okay,
And then we got all the inside partitions halfway done, so they should go pretty quick.
Yeah.
I'm saying about maybe two and a half weeks.
so that's the big push for baseball season.
And yeah, for baseball season, so.
And then elementary, you can see they're working on the brick there, so I know it's a little hard with the light flare, but they've gotten these little pop out elements, brick, and you can see they're starting the darker brick down low on the elementary there. And then on the inside, they're running ductwork and electrical and plumbing items and ceiling. This is actually showing the 2 classrooms that open up to one another. So there's a movable wall that'll go here, so you'll be able to have 2 separate classrooms, or open it up to have a shared co-teaching collaboration opportunity.
And they got one of those on each floor.
Yes, one on each floor, and then you also have one classroom that actually opens to the wall, that's kind of a more, a hub space that could be used as a library as well.
There's those.
So there's the stairs, so actually when you walk from the junior high corridor into this area, you'll walk at the top of that platform and look into the commons as soon as you walk in. So it'll be a really neat experience coming from the junior high into that space. And then that looks out into, over here is the outdoor courtyard that has some shaded areas and the greenhouse. And then this is actually a couple weeks old as well. And I think I have a updated picture that shows some of the steel framing coming in. So that's exciting. This is one of the walls of your training center here, and then some of the outside walls of the additional classrooms. It's coming along, and I'm sure that'll shoot up quick. I bet by the next time we have another board meeting, they should be done with steel. He says it's all clicking together well, so.
It's fitting, so if we don't have any issues, we should, by the next board meeting, I would say the steel will be 90%.
So the indoor same picture as last time because we are in a holding pattern. They've got the pad set, they know the location of the building. There's some questions, making sure we got it exactly right, but I think we're set there. So hopefully by the time we come back again, you'll be confident to start drilling some holes as well. Something else at the athletic projects that came up recently is that pole. You know, we've gotten rid of 2 out of the 3 poles that are on the north side there. This one is a main Excel line coming into that transformer. And Excel says, well, this pole's getting kind of older, you might need to replace it in a few years. The wire that's attached to it to stabilize it isn't really long enough. We kind of need the wire to almost go into the track. And we said, well, that's not a good solution. And so they said, well, we can move it 5 feet and we could do a temporary thing, but you're probably still gonna have problems. And that could be $10,000 to $20,000. They said the best solution really is just to take it underground and just do a transformer on the ground, take the conduit and wire under the ground, and then that would bring it all the way from here to across the road underground, so you wouldn't have any obstructions, and we could even get the transformer potentially in the parking lot, or even better, next to the road, to where it would be just completely out of the way.
And that would be bored under, not taking a big ditch in the new parking lot. They bore under,
Okay.
that's why that's.
Yeah, so they're saying $80,000 to $100,000 for that to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, so
The 10 or 20, when I talked to Miguel, the engineer, that's bandit.
Yeah.
We can get that fixed, change the poles, rework it. 2 to 5 years, they're gonna come back and tell you, you gotta do something else with it.
Same thing.
yeah. That pole is taking a pretty heavy load.
It's a span, a long span
It's
over.
their code, their updated code is 320 feet across there, you got a high voltage line, and wind snaps, your line can hit that. parking lot. This is not a good
I think I might have had another picture of it, just to better see that.
Yeah.
Good thing.
Pole there. So yeah, that's the pole, and you know, it's kind of in the way when you're walking between from one side to another, so it'd be nice to not have anything dangerous like a transformer in that main thoroughfare. So at one point we thought there really wasn't the capability to do it because of the cost. Now the cost might not be as outrageous. I know it's not cheap at all, but to be able to clear that, make a permanent solution versus a temporary one for 80 to 100. We said we should probably bring it to the board and see what y'all think. They would be doing a majority of, Excel would do a majority of that work and then charge y'all the cost of that.
Mr. Chavez, are you following along? Do you know which poles we're talking about here?
I do not know what pole you're talking about.
Right there by the old ticket booth on the north side of the track. Right there by the gate, the walk-through gate.
Yeah, there used to be 3 poles there, and we've taken out 2.
And they got the chain link enclosure on the
Oh,
north
the
end.
one with all the transformers?
Yes.
Yeah, it's got 3.
Yeah, and it has a chain link enclosure that's been there for 100 years. It was.
Yeah, so Excel would prefer that it be a ground-mounted transformer that goes underground for the feed. It's an expense. So they're not willing to take that expense themselves, but if y'all are willing to, they would be happy to perform the work. And the other, they said there's a couple other options, a couple other Band-Aid options, but they would take longer to happen and they would be a temporary solution. So this is kind of
Is that included in this?
no, that's not included in this action item.
So what they're kind of proposing is that they bore underneath the parking lot and go further north all the way to the street and set it down, the transformers down on the ground. At the end, at the very edge of the parking lot,
Would
close
it
to
be
the
on
road.
the other side of the parking lot, as in by the practice field?
Yes.
Yes.
Across the street?
Yes, across
All
the
the way
street.
across the
Oh,
street.
across the street.
Yes.
That would-
I
yeah,
mean, we have more room on that side, I would assume that'd be.
Yeah.
Yes, that is.
And aesthetically, you wouldn't have involved the lines. I mean, it would look.
Yeah, it would look a lot.
and Excel can get a solid price. You know, right now they gave us a range because they gave us 3 options, but if you say, okay, let's go with this, then they can get pricing on that, and then we can bring that back to you next time. That can be something you can pull the trigger on if you want to. We just want to make sure that y'all didn't prefer the $10,000 to $20,000 Band-Aid versus the $80,000 to $100,000 kind of permanent solution. It's taken probably,
What is the Band-Aid? I guess I'm kind of lost on
The
that.
Band-Aid-
Band-Aid.
The Band-Aid was a
Why
new,
are we having a problem?
the Band-Aid was just a new pole because the pole was getting old. And so replace the pole and leave it where it's at, 10 to 20,000
but they,
versus
yeah.
boring underneath the parking lot and moving it all the way across the street. For 100.
You say it's temporary because right now the span is too long and it doesn't meet their current codes and regulations. And the current location of it, the guy wire needs to be further away to get the right angle. So if you just replaced it right where it is right now, it would need to be almost in the track to get the proper guy wire length. And
I have
To
another
code.
question. How much of the overhead wires would disappear?
Oh,
All of them, they'd be
Yeah.
gone.
this takes everything.
Yeah.
There would be no more
That's
overhead.
better.
Yeah, it would look better.
well, and on the Band-Aid, he said 2 to possibly 5 years. And then you're gonna have to do something with it then, and then you think about, it's already against code, 2 years, they're probably not gonna let you put another Band-Aid on.
Yeah, that's what we were saying too, yeah. It's short term, Band-Aid is gonna be short term anyway, we're eventually gonna have to do
Right.
what they're encouraging us to do now. I'll send you this picture, Randy. Mr. Chad,
Okay.
sorry.
You want the other one as well, or I don't know how far away to?
Uh,
Going on?
Yes, I would.
Okay, well, yeah, we can let Excel know that that's the route that they'll like to take, and then we can get a solid price and a schedule.
Okay.
Because right now, they're gonna have to kind of have a leave out around that area for the pavers and some of the concrete. But it shouldn't hold them up too much. All right, bus barn, we're moving forward on the bus barn, so you can see they've started moving dirt and building the pad over there. Looking at setting building corners pretty soon. All right, and then that's pretty much the updates. The athletic change order, so I said it didn't include the pole, but what it does include is that there was conduit and a power line that ran all the way alongside the track that was only buried about 6 to 8 inches deep. And so when they went to put in the new stem wall and the footing that you see kind of right here, they weren't able to install this because the electrical line for all of your stadium lights was shallow and close to the wall. So
It intersected our footing.
yeah, we're not sure that we don't think it necessarily met code either because of how shallow it was. So we made the executive decision at the time to tell them, pull it up, bury it deeper and get it away from this wall. And so part of the price of this change order is to replace a lot of your existing buried electrical lines for your existing lighting system. So that's part of that cost. I want to say the electrical for tonight is about $360,000. And a lot of that was to replace that line. Part of it's also to add additional controllers to the press box to control some of your light systems. So we added lights in different areas, and we're adding lights as a laser show as well to the press box.
Of course.
And part of that,
Who doesn't have a laser? What self-respecting school wouldn't have a laser show?
part of that is the brains in the press box. And so we'll have the capability, we added about 6 different areas that have lights across your field and your campus. You'll have the ability to turn all those lights off from the press box and then start your laser light show
Laser
or your drone show. So this isn't a typical setup to be able to have, the potential to turn everything off and on and start a laser light show and drone show, So the control, the educational technology needed for these is very
Mr. Little insisted.
advanced.
He's over there, I'm not sure what.
So that's why I showed this picture as part of that change order, is because they did replace the line that ran all the way down this new stem wall, which is now gonna allow them to build the wall, which they were waiting on. The next portion is what we already talked about last time, which is, this is the existing playground. There's a need for additional playground structure, and then there's also a need to make the elementary playground as level as possible. So we're gonna level out all of this area, and then we're also gonna extend the playground, remove these trees here, extend the playground a little bit into the courtyard between the bleachers and the gym. I've got the drawing for that.
RJ, do you know the total number of trees in Chow? And you're gonna take them back. Are you going to replant it
They're
somewhere?
a security concern.
Or if you fill it in, it may just be little bushes.
Really, I'm gonna buy trees for-
Pine trees and shade are nice, but they're just not good for soccer.
You wanna make a house?
Yes,
Yes.
I think they're too big to
Easy Street
drop
should
them
get them
off.
all.
Try to replace them, or try to relocate.
They might be okay for firewood, but those things are too big, I think, to relocate, unfortunately. So the change order tonight is to level all of this area. They've actually already started building this retaining wall here on this side, and they would continue building around this area, so you'd have a fence and a little bit of a drop between the playground and the adjacent track, but this would allow them to kick a soccer ball or throw a football in probably 3 times as much area, because right now I think they have a little bit of flat space, but this would majority flatten it out and give them a lot more area on top of providing additional playground space. And then also part of this change order is to add those 2 restrooms along with the little waiting lobby that would have water fountains in it as well. So they'd have direct access to restrooms, direct access to a playable soccer field, and additional playground structure. And I actually didn't include, but this also has the playground structure at the athletics field. At the athletic field. So there's a playground that's going to be just northeast of the new concession restroom area.
Is that right or left?
Look here, little.
Right over there.
Right over
there. So it's in between the visitor stands and the concession area.
Gotcha, that's that.
It's a little miniature football field.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
so cool.
so you'll be able to see the kids playing over there from the stands. The elementary playground's nice, but you can't really see it very well
Right.
when you're in the stands. So this will be within the fence of the athletic area.
Parents can
Let your
watch.
kids go play around over there. Little ones, or big ones, or husbands. So, and I think there's also electronic hand dryers that were added into the concession restroom building. Right now, it's just paper towels, but they're trying to switch everything to the electric hand dryers. So that 2.6 million includes the elementary playground leveling, the fence around it, the wall, the bathrooms, the playground at the athletics, and then the brains for all the lighting and the electrical around the field. So I know it's a lot to.
It's just kind of like pulling it all.
Yeah. And so I know we also talked about not waiting too long until we bring these to you, so you don't have as many. And I know this still seems like a lot.
It is a lot.
So. And we went back.
Put it all together for sure, it's
Yeah.
a big deal and it needs
Yeah.
to be.
And we went back and forth on whether it should be at the elementary or it should be at the legs, because it's kind of overlapping between them both, and we just went ahead and put it in the athletics. So, but it really benefits the elementary probably the most.
Okay.
I think that's the song and dance.
That was a lot.
Jim will stop tonight.
Was that all? Was that all?
Yeah, I think that's it.
I do have one more question, RJ, and Brian, on the oil and gas, what's our?
Oh, yeah, that's good. So the status right now, we're trying to finish design on it this week to get you, so you can do finalized pricing on it. I think that's within the schedule that we talked about a month ago or so. So the equipment, and the layout's been fully approved, and we're just starting to show every, receptacle and all the panels, all the details that you'll need. So you should have a package to price, if not by the end of this week, not next week.
And Brian, what was your completion date? When did you?
June, yes, to be done by June.
Yeah.
Well, that's better because I was thinking April, oh man, this is.
No, it needs to be done by June so we can start moving all of the new equipment we've got ordered.
Well, that's still very feasible,
Yes.
Yeah, hopefully if we start pricing, in a week or two, it'd be nice to start construction in March if possible. I know a lot of that stuff should be off the shelf.
Mhm.
Well, that'll work out good because we're finishing a big project in Hobbs and we've got a big workforce and some more superintendents.
Bring them all, what we're doing.
And we're gonna talk about the floor surfacing on it too. It was a real neat, surface that you can put that was, we were looking at, it's like $6 or $7 a square foot is what it comes out.
Like epoxy paint or
It's a polyurethane,
polyurea.
polyurea, I believe. It's a polyurea with all the, with the stuff in it.
Oh,
I just happen to have a company that I work with a lot that puts this stuff in.
Oh, really? Okay, so we might wanna look at that on the finished floor in there.
Is that paint flake?
It's got the paint, the flakes and stuff in it.
Yeah.
And I have a company that does a lot of that.
Okay.
I have a question for y'all.
Yes.
So all the work that y'all have done on the auditorium,
Mhm.
were any of you able to come and see the musical that our kids put on?
I've seen I've seen them when they were rehearsing
Yeah?
two times.
All right, nice.
How was it?
It was
wonderful.
Oh.
It was really nice.
No, we didn't get it in.
And I understood we had a few bugs to work out, but we're getting worked out, lighting and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
we
it
had,
was good.
That's great.
we had, well, even Brian, we had that one issue that they should be here. He's hoping the end of next week for that one black curtain. That
That, yeah, that, there's
Oh,
a curtain back there
yeah.
that's switched up, so.
Did you see Jaden Walker's hands?
And we got, I don't know if any of y'all been in there today, we're rearranging all the sound panels and stuff. We started that today.
Good.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Wow. Yeah, lots of good feedback from that,
Yeah, we got stuff everywhere. We
that
just tried
business
to
this
keep
weekend,
it-
last week. It was really, really good.
Take the winners feedback from the play.
Okay, well, thank y'all for all of that, all those updates. On to new business, number 7.
Oh, wait, we need to, we need to,
Oh, wait.
approve that added scope of work on 6.
Oh, right, sorry, make that motion. We need a motion. Mrs. Hart made the motion to approve the added scope of work to the tune of 2.606306 for the changes listed in item number 6B. Mr. Chavez,
I will second.
all in favor?
Yes.
Okay, here we go.
Mr. getting the input
Thank you so much. Y'all be careful. Returning. Okay, so we're down to Honeywell, right?
Yes. With this A,
Yes.
so we have the proposal, you have it in your packets. It's the Honeywell control, so we've got the pre-K area and kinder control upgrades. Mr. Loftus, can you give us any more insight on what you guys were?
Yeah, so this is, when we built these facilities, the controls, system equipment that we, that originally went into the buildings, we went with Honeywell, but their stuff is not compatible with the old, what do you call it, the old equipment in there. And so now we're just slowly starting to piece out, to try to get everything equivalent to the Honeywell so we can get online and adjust and do all the necessary things that we do. So this is for the kindergarten and pre-K area. And, yeah, that's,
Did you go to Santa Fe?
I did not.
Okay, cause I was gonna say, Honeywell was supposed to take our board out to dinner, did you go with them?
I didn't go out to dinner with them.
Yes.
Yeah.
To dinner.
We didn't go with them.
But I knew we had that invite out there.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we're looking at
Yes.
93.
Yeah, 93 and change
Yes.
there for this, and like I said, they'll have this done, 93 and some change. Look at, we just did 2.6.
Just like that.
I got that in my purse right now.
Just
Right.
like that.
But yeah, this is for the pre-K and kinder area. Right now, if you were able to pull up on our side, the software side, you can't actually manually get in there and control the systems. And so this is why we are going in and replacing little pieces at a time to get
The
them,
old system.
yeah, to get them updated.
So it's still Honeywell,
It's,
they're just
it's,
updating theirs.
yeah, no, it used to be Control Equipment Company, which was CEC out in El Paso when the buildings were built. And now what we're doing is slowly upgrading to all Honeywell.
All Honeywell.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
now it's-
Yes, it's just what was originally came with the buildings, is what we're replacing.
Okay.
So yes, and then their stuff, isn't it, if I'm not mistaken, part of their contract to maintenance and keep up once they?
Yes.
See, they can't maintenance or guarantee the stuff that's not their Honeywell stuff.
Right,
But
somebody.
once it's Honeywell, it's included in all of it.
Their contract.
They're not gonna somewhere charge us down the line for updating, they're gonna just update it.
Okay, so I guess that's where we're at. Any questions, Mr. Chavez?
Sorry, I forgot to hit unmute.
That's okay. Any questions about the Honeywell upgrade, changing basically controllers and
Right.
whatnot in order to get the pre-K and kinder up and running from the out?
Sounds like it's just an ongoing
It will
that
be.
we are gonna be doing for a while, I guess, or?
Yes, it will be on our buildings that were, our older buildings that were built under the original bond and stuff.
Okay.
That'll do.
That's it, I guess it was just an upgrade, is what I gathered out of it.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so any other questions, Mrs. Sarver? I'm good. Okay, if no other questions, I need a motion to approve.
I'll make that motion.
Mr. Chad,
I'll second,
all in favor?
yes.
Okay. Item number B, 7B. New football concessions, automation camera and access control, $116,000. I know I read it online, but I don't have the.
And that's the initial installation of that equipment, that's not replacing anything, it's a brand new building. So the way we've been doing it, we're pulling them out because we can use EdTech, we can use EdTech notes instead of having it into the project. The way we're doing it is the cheapest way for the district to do it.
Yes.
That's why I've checked on it. So basically what you see it at elementary, you'll see it at the junior high edition. All of that stuff is done after the building is there. We're putting it into an existing building, being able to use our EdTech notes now.
Using it, take
Yes,
notes.
yes.
Okay.
And that's why you're seeing,
And this is a brand new.
like, why is that not included in the brand new
Yeah,
building?
this is gonna be the cameras, the key card entry, all for the brand new concession area.
Security, everything.
Yes.
Kind of one of the last things.
Okay, I'm good, and thank goodness for EdTech.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that will also pay for the Honeywell upgrade as well, EdTech.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
nice. Okay. Any other questions? You good? I guess if no other questions, we need a motion to approve the new football concession automation camera and access control for $116,781.81.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second,
All in favor?
yes.
Alright, we're into the cover tonight.
We are.
We're getting it done.
Thanks, Coach.
See you later. Getting busy.
No, you better stay.
Yeah. Okay, next up, 7C, is the policy concerning athletic participation and baseball program items.
Can you send to Charlotte and send it to Randy, so I can look at the picture of it, of that paper you got right there?
This one?
Yes.
Okay, yes, Mr. Stout, I'm gonna send you a picture of this
Proposed
proposed policy regarding, quitting and all that. We've had this discussion a little bit.
Those students are. You just listen to all coach. That's why I'm here to be outside.
Okay, sorry for the shadow.
Okay,
How are you, Mr. Satterwhite?
I'm good.
Good to see you.
You as well. I put this together, it's similar to what we talked about the last time. We got our ideas from Loving, and we tweaked some things here on this, and then I was able to put a few longer examples in 7 different examples there of things that happen, consequences when kids quit. What we did is what Loving did, where we say we got 10 football games. The kid quits, well then he gives up 4 basketball games because there's 26 basketball games versus 10 football games. And if you look on the sheet, I redid this several times trying to think how I could make it look the easiest. I'm not sure I ever figured out how to make it look the easiest, but football, cross country, track and field, because the limited number of competitions that those teams participate in. If you quit another event prior to those coming into that particular sport, say you quit track in the spring and came in football, you have to sit out 2 football games. And then volleyball, basketball, softball, and baseball, there's like 26 different opportunities to play. So if you were to say quit football and then you went to basketball, you have to give up 4 games. Also included in this, which Loving did not have, is the powerlifting, golf, and competitive cheer. Those 3 events are very limited on the number of competitions that they participate in. So I put 1 event for those. Say a kid quit track, then they cut competitive cheer in the fall, then they would sit out 1 competitive cheer event. And those fluctuate from year to year. I think they can get up to maybe 6 different events throughout the year. But you have to go to 3 to qualify for the state competition. And they did a little bit more than that this year to try to do a bang up job at the state competition. And I actually drove them to Las Cruces the other day, and they won the gold trophy. So
Nice.
really proud of them down there. And I also got to go to the play the other night.
Yeah.
That was a great job seeing our kids in there in a different type of competition, maybe more with self than anything to get up there and see them. They did a great job. But the only thing I don't have on here that Loving had was they had other activities included rather than just athletics. I don't know if you want to do something like that because we do have a drama program now. We do have robotics and different things like that. I don't know if you want a policy that is involved with those particular activities, but those are not on here. This is strictly for athletics, and so
I prefer to leave it just athletics.
okay.
Same.
I mean, it's a lot easier for us to keep up with, I think, because it tends to be more athletically than anything. I would note that on the back page, the junior high, we just dropped everything back because they have limited number. I think they get 8 football games in. So that would be worth 1 event. Volleyball, basketball, they could get 16 or 18 different competitions. So we make that worth 2 events. So that our junior high would be included in our policy for quitting. Notice also that I said that all games forfeited for quitting will be served at the beginning of the next sport. They're not at the discretion of the coach to say, well, we're playing so-and-so, we're meeting for this one.
Yeah.
It's just strictly, you got the first 2 or 4, or however many competitions you're out, that's at the beginning of the season. I also stated that all athletes and or their parent guardians must meet with the athletic director and the coach of the sport that they're quitting to officially be released to the next sport. And that way they can be in good standings moving forward. And then I want them to know that quitting is viewed as a very serious decision, one we are very, very opposed to, that we want our kids to stay involved in things. And then athletes who quit will be released into the off-season program after the criteria has been met, because we have our athletic periods and we can't babysit them while they're not allowed to participate in the other next upcoming sport.
So can I put y'all on the spot, just ask you a question, because I haven't had a chance to.
No.
Is it possible that students have 3 basic athletic periods a day? Because we were hearing that, I've heard that, but it's not even possible.
No.
Okay, so,
There's only one athletic period for high school, there's one athletic.
Yeah, because you might
so
get a rebuttal here.
Yeah.
that's why, like, is there a possible to have, say, PE, athletics, and
Practice.
practice?
There is a possibility that they're in weightlifting. In
Yeah.
fact,
So-
if they are in weightlifting, they're in athletics.
So my question is, would it be possible to have those 3 of their class periods where they couldn't take one of our electives because they've got all 3 of those things?
They're not required to be on 3 of those things.
They're not required to do all 3 of those things?
If they're,
So if they want to take
if
culinary.
they're in a sport, let's say they're a basketball player, they have to be in athletics 7th period.
Right,
Because that's when they practice, they start practicing, they have to be in weights.
okay,
That's the only 2 they're required to be in.
okay,
They can choose to be in PE. We don't even have a high school PE, they wouldn't even be in there.
That's what I thought.
okay.
Maybe maximum of 2.
So if they wanted to take that elective like culinary because they just love to know how to make sauces and gravies, they can do that, they don't have to be in 3
There's
athletic.
nothing that's
It's
in there.
because I still think, say PE, sports, they're all athletic based. I mean, even,
Yes, but you wouldn't be getting the athletic in the PE class, that's physical education,
Right.
so they're playing games that aren't necessarily
well, they're all physical based.
correct.
So if you wanted to take another, as a student, you have that option to take another elective. You're not trapped into those 3 things.
No, you're not.
Even if you're
There's
playing.
not 3 things, there's only 2.
Okay.
Athletics and weightlifting.
But we do expect a kid, like I had one, took culinary the 2nd semester in his, instead of the athletic period, 7th period, but he wants to play football next year.
Okay.
And I said, if you want to play football next year, you need to get back out here with us, because we're getting ready to play football next year. We're running and jumping and developing those
So
skills.
then that would have to be the student's choice.
But that was his choice
Okay.
to make that decision, but we encouraged him to be back out there with us if he wanted to play football.
Okay.
So that was the only situation that we had that.
Because I was asked, and I think a few people were asked about that too. So.
And then I just put at the bottom of this that, I understand that quitting is considered an undesirable decision in the student athlete. The parents' consent, they decide to make such a decision, the policy will take effect. And so the student and the parents sign that. And I think it's pretty simple. If you have any questions, I'll answer them. I think we want to take a hard stand on our kids, sticking to things, because we know there will be days when they don't want to be out there, the days that I don't want to be out there. So, it's just what it is, but we still get up and we go do our job, and the kids still are expected to come to practice.
The only question I really have is a technical thing. Is this board policy or high school policy, Mr. Little? What would you say? Like policies, if they make it board policy, it sticks a little better, doesn't it?
Makes us, it requires us.
Than it was a high school rule.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
And if we have a coach that doesn't follow it, we have a little.
Then you have a board policy behind you. That's where you'd rather see it. Okay, that's what I was gonna ask.
It is also, there is discussion on here about if they're playing 2 sports at the same time and they want to quit one, that there's ramifications for that.
Oh, okay.
And
That's not anything I would put in board policy right now. I mean, but you're thinking the summer, right, to put it in board policy?
Not
Yes.
Yes.
So it doesn't need to be right now?
No.
I
So
think,
you're talking about take effect in fall, right?
yes,
So
yes.
you could put it in there, but it would take effect.
That way everyone knows about it.
Yes.
Right.
That would be part of the packet that they would sign coming into next year.
Yes.
That's for.
Wouldn't it be, this is our first reading anyway for a policy?
For it's the actual policy, yeah.
This is.
First time
reading,
you've
so we
actually
don't have to make any action tonight, we
No.
just take it in and think about it and.
And it's been there a while, but this is the
Discuss it.
first time you've seen it black and white as a policy, proposal, right?
Any other questions that I can answer about?
So I know at one point, there was a discussion, I just thought of this, I read it earlier, but didn't think of it, I just thought of it now. Was there a grace period, if somebody
Oh,
went
that is no
out?
longer should be.
And,
You did say something about 10
I did,
days
it's 10 days.
or 10 days, yeah.
Don't think I put that on there, that should be, I need to add that on there. Yes, and then that's 10 days that are not necessarily practice days, just 10 consecutive days. You decide you don't want to
Test it out.
participate, then you don't fall into the policy.
So a 10-day grace period.
Yes, it's a 2-day grace period. Kids get a chance to try it out and see,
Mhm.
and make a decision.
Yeah.
That's good, thank you for bringing that up, Coach.
Yeah,
Yeah.
glad you did it, because that was on the original.
yeah,
And I missed it on this.
sitting here, I just remembered us, we had that discussion about it.
That's a good catch, because that is one of the things you'd be like, I'm trapped, and this is my first day of practice.
Yeah. This.
I would just say, on that, I don't know, is it specified days or school days?
You said consecutive.
Just consecutive days.
Consecutive.
Okay.
I can add that back onto that.
Is there any, is it, say they quit twice in a year, is there any more disciplinary actions on the second time? You know what I mean? Or the following year, or is it just this clock restart?
There is, like, if you, you quit a sport and then you come back and you wanna play it the next year, that's on here as well. And then it also bites you if you, well, obviously it would bite you coming into the next year, but then it would even coming back to that sport. That's another thing that happens is kids will quit a sport and then they'll show back up and wanna play again. And you're like, why did you come back out if you didn't wanna play the last time? So, but that's there, on number 5 is example 2, if an athlete quits baseball, they decide to compete in baseball the following season, they do not compete in any other sport since the original quit date. He will miss 4 games at the beginning of the new season. So it'll follow you into the next year.
Wow, the next sport.
Yeah,
If
next
you
sport,
don't
next
play the
year.
next sport, then it's gonna catch up to you the next year.
So if you would
It's
add
just
that,
only fair.
add that grace period, you'll see it in the second read, and
Yes.
you don't have to explain it all again next time.
Yes, sir. Yes, it's gonna follow you all the way through.
Okay.
So hopefully,
Catch you eventually.
even going into the next school year.
Okay, so no action taken on this item tonight. We'll just pass it on to the other board members that are not here. And I did take a picture and send it so they can read it now and go through it.
There he comes.
That's
a long run.
He was tired, he let it down.
It's hard to put it together when you can't see what it is.
Right? Well, we're glad to have you in person.
Thank you, Mr. Satterwhite, for that.
Yeah.
And I don't guess we need to do anything about that, other than we will review it and look it over. Here, take it.
Because I agree with it. I think we needed this. And
Oh, okay.
we'll be.
But just so you have
Put a
it.
note on it.
Yeah, just so you have that in mind.
I wrote it on the back.
Oh, it's already on that one, okay, well, there you go.
Anyway,
And these are,
Those are-
financial advisory.
yes,
Mhm.
those are the two. This is the one that,
The second pitch.
this is the second guy. These are the ones that
First, just.
do lots of work with the school systems, cities,
Yes.
Lee County.
That's
Like this,
Yes.
No,
this one does not.
No,
Oh,
this is a separate.
Oh, okay.
This one was like JD Vance
Cover it.
and Maria Baby.
Done. Totally, they do the same, but they do different.
If you would have seen his facial expressions, you would know exactly what I'm saying. Oh,
Okay, here we go. On to number 8, items for future discussion or consideration. Anybody, anything?
I have a question.
Yep.
And I guess this could be for future. Now, I can remember, this was regarding prom. I remember when the girls were on the board, we had this discussion, so it's been a year or 2 or more, about the breathalyzer, about the, an officer being there and testing the kids as they came in. And I remember that we had a discussion about that, but for the life of me, I can't remember what.
Mr. Office.
So, yeah, so we used to do that.
Right.
We used to do it every time. And a couple of years ago, when we went to the school law conference, in Albuquerque, they had a presenter and brought up this very topic. And we discovered that, that is not allowed anymore. You can't do it. You can have them there, and then if you have reasonable suspicion that somebody is under the influence, then you can have them tested.
But does not come to the gate.
Right, but you can't say everybody that comes in has to take a breathalyzer test, because you don't have any reasonable suspicion, because it's considered like a search. And so it falls under the same grounds as, yes.
And it was
Okay.
challenged in Eunice, and it was parent one. It was challenged because they were,
Okay.
and that was right before that law conference, and because I remember Eunice saying, we had to quit doing it. They.
Well, my kids said something to me about it, and we said, well, because they mentioned that there were some people there this past prom that were under the influence, and my husband goes, wait a minute, don't they still do the breathalyzer thing? And Gracie was like, well, they didn't when I walked in, like, she said, I didn't see anybody do it. I said, we had a discussion about this, I just can't remember.
And
What the
so
outcome was.
it's very hard now to determine if somebody is under the influence. And so, because that, basically, I mean, if they're not, they gotta be stumbling up there, or you gotta be able to smell it all.
Dancing, you test all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do we have them there just for?
There was
So
three
we
officers there.
did because of that reason, and actually the last time we did have them there, I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, they said, well, we will be here, but they can take it if they want to.
We did have 3 police officers there that did it.
Yeah, so
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
They were present if
They were available.
Yeah,
yes,
if
so
you had suspicion, they were
Send them
there.
over to the
both of
office.
our SROs were at the door, I was at the front door, meeting students outside before they enter the gym. And I make sure that I get very close to them, shake hands with the gentleman, get right to where if there's something that is smellable,
We even had another police officer there.
I can, Sergeant Sierra was there as well, most of the night, so.
Nice.
We do our very best to screen that before they even come into the gym.
Right, okay.
Good.
Okay.
Good,
Thank you, guys.
thank you for remembering that.
Yeah. No worries.
It's a good question.
Okay, anything else for future consideration?
Yes, we kind of touched on this, and, the dressing room, for the auditorium, for the musicals and things that are gonna go on, that needs some attention. Like, there need to have some stools or some chairs or something in there.
Can you give me a picture of what you're thinking on the chairs in that order?
I mean, anything, cause we had, like, even these would be fine, maybe something that roll,
Yeah, that's what I
maybe
was
even just something, because, I mean, this is like a personal problem, because I'm only 4'11.5", but I'm trying to do these girls' hair that's, they're 5'7", and one set, I tipped over a garbage can for her to sit on, so I could, get to her hair. But, I mean, now that we have a drama program, we need to have it fully,
Great program.
it is a great program. We need to have it fully,
Furnished.
furnished, that's what I was looking for, yeah. And, I mean, it was nice, there were sinks in there was no soap. But like, just, things that maintenance, janitorial, they could have been working on, if somebody would have said something, like, hey, this needs some attention, I don't know.
The benches against the wall, or like,
So,
I don't know.
so it looks like vanities, or almost like, yes, but there's a board, and there's a place where a chair could be, there's mirrors all
So
over.
there's no chair, but the vanities.
Yes,
Oh, the mirrors, yeah.
We'll get
So,
chairs.
Ms. Goff, you can
I
get
think
us,
the stools would probably.
that'd be great,
Yeah,
and so you make sure we have it set up in there?
absolutely.
Cool.
that would be great.
Thank you.
And also.
And this has to work.
Yes.
For the hairdresser.
Hey, can I have one like the volleyball, referees have, that
Yes.
like is silent fall?
Yeah, well, mine come up in there too, so,
Just for the safety strap.
I can make it go up and down?
yeah, hey, you want it coming out of the ceiling too?
That'd be awesome.
All right.
And also, I did wanna say, thank you to Mr. Little for, bringing Hess on in the drama program. They did a fantastic job. I was super proud of everybody that was involved, and, most of you know, I take care of a little 3-year-old, she's gonna be 4 in April, and she got to come to the last night, and, it was so cute to watch her watching it and to listen to her, and, when Miranda was doing Material Girl and she had the red sequin dress on, my little Avery, she just goes, oh, it's beautiful. Like, she was so impressed. But the thing that I really wanted to tell you, and I wanted to tell just the heads too, is, so she's gonna be 4 in April. She said to her mom, Mom, can I be in that musical? And she said, yeah, sure. And she goes, okay, when I'm 5, will you drop me off at the stage?
Next year,
Well, you know, maybe not 5, but,
maybe a little
you know,
longer.
just, this is like hopefully this is gonna be continuing on, you know, to the future and, you know, for the kids that aren't still involved in sports or other academic things. This is a great creative outlet for them and a place for them to shine.
So Mrs. Arpa, I also got a compliment from a parent that was at the prom the other night. She called me today and told me that the kids were just all intermingling and she
That's
was like,
nice.
this is kind of, she just kind of noticed these kids normally wouldn't talk to each other. So she asked her daughter when she got home, did you notice that? You know, really great. And she said, yes, that's because they were all in the theater class together.
Yes.
And it mixed a lot of kids that normally wouldn't talk to each other.
Well, yeah.
And I was like, I've never thought of that,
Yeah,
but
it
that's
is.
another positive side effect of it.
Well, you know,
And
and,
there were a bunch of kids
And
working.
And
yeah,
yes,
actually dancing.
that normally wouldn't have gotten along,
Yeah.
or, yeah.
Well, so Coach and I have a couple of
Yeah.
girls that have gotten close
They got over that stage.
over the course of this drama. And Coach, you're gonna have to forgive me, Gracie tries to tell me, but your girls, they're skating. Because I cannot tell Sadie and Katie apart. They're skating, okay? And Gracie's like, Mom, but this one has the green in her hair, and the other one doesn't, I can't remember which one she told me. So, but yeah, Sadie had just told Gracie, she's like, isn't it kind of neat that we never have talked before? And now they're texting all the time, and, oh, can I go hang out with Sadie? And I'm like, sure, like, go ahead. You know, that is nice that they can have those relationships form where they wouldn't have.
And I never really thought of that.
Never happened,
And
yeah,
it's-
they're 2 grades apart, so they would never even normally see each other.
Cool.
So, yeah, it's cool. What a deal. Yeah, it's good. More good. Lots of good going on here.
Absolutely. All right, on to number 8. Sorry, 9. We're on 9. Principals, who's first? Rock, paper, scissors.
Okay.
Whoa, whoa.
You said-
You know why? Because he said if he went first, he was leaving, so.
Thank you, ma'am.
He said he was gonna be short anyway, so I get to take his time. Oh.
Do you have a copy of that data sheet?
Great.
I have another copy of that data sheet.
He's from Patience. Patience is No, I didn't.
All right, so class enrollment's at 296, 9 of those are pre-K half day, the rest are full day. I wanted you to know that our SPED department went to a conference, not just elementary, but high school as well. Went to a SPED conference in Hobbs to review our procedures and to just see, we had to actually take some of our IEPs, and they went over the intricacies of what was on an IEP. And apparently JAL fared very well. They just had, they just needed the teachers to put a little bit more into expectations, but other than that, we did great. My Power is now in full session with the girls, and they're doing it here in JAL, which is very convenient for us. We don't have to travel to Eunice anymore to do it. Our DARE program started this past Wednesday with 5th graders. They won't be here this week, but they'll start that regularly again next week. So it's nice to have the DARE program in the building. Pre-K family engagement night is on February the 26th. That's from 5 to 6. Dr. Seuss is, his birthday is March 2nd. You know, Woolworth and NHS work together to get, they do a remarkable job bringing the elementary kids, and NHS kids work very well with them. Read Across America is coming up. That's March 2nd through the 6th. And that pertains to the Dr. Seuss activities, but it also, we do activities kindergarten through usually third, fourth will participate in reading activities, reading all day, somebody coming in and having guest readers. So I was going to ask if, I have a grade that needs a guest reader, would it be okay, would you want to volunteer to be a guest reader with the kids?
Maybe Dr. Seuss.
Pardon?
Maybe Dr. Seuss.
Sure,
Those
it
are my
can.
favorite.
It can. Pre-K child find, you said you had somebody that was going to be for in April. Those are the dates. We have, I think they put out today, pardon?
I forgot to post it. Kagan Coleman posted it.
I think Veronica did.
Okay, good.
I was gonna say, I thought I saw it somewhere.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think Veronica did. Yeah, Veronica was, when she emailed it to Veronica, Veronica was gone last week, or had to leave early for a doctor's appointment. And so it just got placed by the wayside. So I know she called she called one of you, but Veronica, she's like, oh, I forgot to put that on there, so I thought she put that on there.
I feel like I saw it.
3-year-olds are on March the 12th, 4-year-olds are on March the 13th. So if you guys know anybody that will be turning 3 or 4, they just have to be 3 or 4 by September the 2nd, I believe is the day, to be eligible for the programs. 3-year-olds are developmentally delayed. They have to qualify under speech, OT, a learning disability, anything like that, developmentally delayed. 4-year-olds, we have a program where you qualify, you have a program where you can just be a 4-year-old. The thing is we have, we can only have 35 students, and then after that, it's a waiting list. Right now, we have a waiting list. We have 35 4-year-olds, and we have a waiting list.
Wow.
And those are the people that tried. Those aren't even the people that I'm keeping my 4-year-olds for another year, because pre-K is not mandatory.
Right.
So, looks like our kindergarten may be big again next year.
Is the 4-year-old program still just half day as well?
No, it's all day.
Oh.
That's why I was saying up here, our 3-year-old is the only half-day program
Oh,
now.
okay, well, I thought that's maybe what you meant there, but.
Yeah, our 4-year-old is an all-day program now. Both of them, the development is delayed and then the they're both all day. We did that starting this year, right? Yeah, where it was, well, Jessica's was always all day, but the DD class was half a day, and this year was the first day, that's the one Miss Satterwhite has, and that's an all-day program now. Okay. We, in our ECDCD grant, we wrote to have an all-day program, and we got that.
And what are the hours for that, like, because they're a little bit different than our.
They are, so 3 is half day, and that's from 8 till 10:45. And then they come, the second half is from noon until 2:45. And then the pre-K where Jessica is pretty much, the state increased the hours for the 4-year-old program. Well, I shouldn't say just Jessica's and Satterwhite as well. And they start right at 7:30, they take them down, they eat breakfast, and they're out by almost about 2 o'clock. So they're all day.
Oh, so that's considered all day then?
Yes, and they have a nap in between that too.
7:30 to 2, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
With
So,
the napping.
it is a long day. For 4-year-olds, you are correct. So, sorry about that. The, couple of things that are not on there that are coming up, we will have 1, 2 school board meetings before they come up, but I want to let you guys know now. March 27th, student council is still trying to work to have a dance.
Nice.
They're doing all the work for it. We are volunteering to help them. They have a DJ that's going to do it for free. We volunteered to buy their food and their snacks and their decorations. They're working with high school prom to see if they can borrow some decorations, but they're really trying to organize this, so I'm appreciative of that. April, at the end of April, we would like to have an ag day. Back when I taught 3rd grade, 4th grade, they used to have that Lee County, you probably remember that Lee County.
They still have it.
They didn't have it this year. But now it's a safety thing.
Oh, yeah.
It is no longer about the agriculture, the ranching, the farming, it was quite an ordeal, and the kids loved it. Well, our kids have not liked it the last couple of years, and then they didn't even have it this year. And now it's all about safety. And so I talked to Marcy Butts about bringing Ag Day back. And so she's working with the New Mexico Livestock and Farm Bureau. Did I get that right? Right? And so, they have a teacher training and a teacher presentation where they can come all day. And they can provide, some dairy products, teach the kids how those things are made. But I would like to be able to maybe bring, like a cow or a horse for some of those kids that never get to see up close and personal, or even a bale of hay, things like that, so.
We have some of that around here. Yeah.
Ask anybody in town. So what, I know some ranchers, there's some people that have had ag experience, but I think I may be asking,
Yeah,
would you mind?
absolutely not. We can make that happen.
Alright, so, it's not set in stone because Marcy's still working with them for a date. I didn't know if it was something junior high wanted to get involved with. We could talk about it tomorrow, after Cadre. And then a few other things, so we are a Title I school, and one of the requirements that we have to have is a Title I data meeting. We haven't had that, and so we are going to do that sometime in March. I will be working with Nicole, she's the financial part of it. We'll have a meeting with the parents to just discuss data, expenditures, things like that. When I worked with Mr. V, you know, parents were terrible about coming to those kind of things, and the best outcome that he ever had was he offered, it was a raffle, and I think it was it was a VCR, that's how long ago it was. I had never seen so many parents come to a data meeting, so it's not that we're gonna be raffling off a VCR, but I am talking to Nicole about having some kind of raffle so that we get parents, and then next year we'll just tie it to open house, so we can have that, so we don't have to have a raffle. But that will be coming up in March. And then Mr. Snyder had sent the information about the First Tee club, and so I thought it was a precursor to what we are going to do in the fall. We sent out that link, and that also went out today, if I'm not mistaken, on Facebook. So we'll hopefully get some parents interested in the program itself, because the link that he sent is pretty informational. I think that's what they brought here. And then, I guess the only other thing I needed before I move on to I wish they were still here. I was gonna thank him for having the construction, if you or Dusty will tell him, thank you for working around our schedule, because sometimes those things rattle. And I've got a couple of people that suffer from migraines, and I don't want them to have a convulsion because the noise is getting too crazy. But I forgot to tell him thank you, so if you would do that. Okay, this last thing that I'm gonna cover, and then I'm done, is the rate of improvement. Now, this is just on reading.
Yeah.
Math is gonna be a little bit of a different story, but the consultants, the reading consultants, that we hire out of part of the Title I funds, they come down and they work with our teachers, and Scott Elder was the one that brought that up. How do you know that they're doing a good job? Well, I want them to come next month, and they're gonna do presentations, it's gonna be quick. They're gonna show you a little bit of what they do. And so they go over this data, so I'm not gonna get too far into it, but I do wanna do a little bit of prep. So they read this data with the teachers, and then there's a form that they'll show you that they go over with the teachers. So they have them actually do an exercise. Here's your data, here are the students, these are some of the issues, now what are you gonna do with this? So the teachers go and highlight the students that are struggling in a certain area, and then they come up with a plan of how they're gonna help the students. So that's
Which is the most important part.
correct, which is you've got the data, you understand somebody has a problem with it, but now what are you gonna do with it? So I'll hold off, but I wanted to show you. This is reading, and if you'll see, in level 1, 2, 3, 4, now that doesn't mean grade, so it's not grade 1, grade 2, grade 3, but in the 5 areas of reading, we have the majority of our students, and 77 students at a level 1, and 51 and 2, so on. And I wanted to show you, as of right now, we only had 24 students that had didn't have as much progress as what we would hope. That does include our sped kids. Okay, so you're always gonna have something there. But I wanted to show you that our rate of improvement was pretty good. And then if you'll turn over, I wanted to show you, first grade had the highest rate of growth. So if you'll notice, it had a high, level 3 was moderate, level 4 was high.
Oh, just first grade, okay, sorry.
So this is just, the yellow part is just,
First grade.
just the, first grade, they had the highest rate of
Oh,
growth.
nice, yeah.
Now, the reason I didn't go over it with math is because math, iStation math, excuse me, is not as indicative of what is happening in the classroom and what's happening on their tests. But the data that we showed on iStation, every kid, or every grade, every kid had some kind of improvement. We didn't have anybody that was decreasing, correct? And so they compared, it was Mr. B's data actually, from January to December. And in every grade, there was growth. Some there wasn't a whole lot, but it was still growth. We have a long way to go in math.
And we are adjusting our strategic plan to reflect that and to reflect the next area of importance, which is to take our Mr. Loftus has been working on 6th, 7th, and 8th curriculum scope and sequence. We're gonna go push it down to elementary next. And in that way, we're gonna get the elementary lined up with scope and sequence, when they're gonna cover things, how long they're gonna cover that unit, what they're gonna cover, because we really don't have that, and we really need that so we can start guiding our instruction with it. And then it will also inform whenever we take like the maps or iStation or whatever it is, it will tell us whether we're on target with our scope and sequence and covering it when it should be covered. Did I miss anything on that on the math, Mr.? I know the math guy here, and we're gonna talk about it. And I've been trying to, last week we were sick, this week I wasn't here today to do it, but tomorrow after our Padre meeting, I'm gonna speak with both principals, and that's one of the things we're gonna talk about, is our next focus into our strategic plan. So you guys can see what we're doing and how we're covering it and why we're doing what we are next. Because we do feel like the math, she was just saying, is not what we want it to be. So we gotta start looking at that and start putting that scope and sequence in place. And that's what.
I wish I could say in a year, but realistically, to see the kind of progress in math that we do see in reading, it's probably gonna take 2 years.
Well, that's good, as long as we've got a plan and we're working.
Yeah.
Do you guys have any questions?
Forward. I don't, but I do love seeing the blue. Yeah, right?
Thank you.
Thank you, it's nice. Thank you so much, Ms. Gilmore.
Okay, so at the high school, real quickly, I'll go over the board updates. And first, we had the first team meeting, just to follow up on what she said. We are planning to incorporate that at the junior high as well. And I know this question's been asked before in the past, and we are having off practice now. Coaches out there after school, we have students
I've already
participating.
seen kids out there.
Oh, you have? Wonderful.
Yeah, twice.
Okay.
Today included.
Coach Brown. Mr. Brown.
Okay.
And then the second bullet there, cheerleaders, that's been mentioned also. We're gonna put my Gloria tonight. They competed in Las Cruces, and they won that New Mexico State University competition for their class. I
Wow.
don't know if you got to see it on Facebook or not, but they did a heck of a job.
They're going to Artesia this.
Or this Saturday, yes. Rockets class, I can't speak a lot on this, the rocket expert is here, so I'm gonna let him talk briefly. But I know that I asked them, why did y'all actually launch the other day? Was there Generation 2 rockets? You want to talk about that real quick?
So, Generation 2 rocket kind of starts with Gen 1, right? So they don't know anything about rockets. And they get a bunch of rocket parts and we kind of just tell them the basics and then they do their thing. And they're kind of set up to where it's safe, but you don't know how they're gonna fly, because they don't know anything about fins or stability or anything else, and some of them come off the launch pad like a Texas tornado. I saw one time, off the launch pad, with the launch pad, tomahawk through the air. They're a little bit crazy, so for Gen 2, what we do is we bring the rockets back, I take a pair of scissors and I cut them in half. I made a girl cry one time. Yeah, it's okay, she got hurt. So Gen 2, they have to stabilize their rocket. And so what that means is now that it's shorter, they've got to add mass to the nose cone. So what they end up doing is they end up packing a bunch of modeling clay into the nose cone. And depending on how big their fins are, how many fins they have, or how long, how much I cut off, depends on how much weight they have to add. And so as they're adding weight, it could be like super light, like maybe that box of Oreos, or it could be super heavy, like a small pumpkin. You don't know, but they packed them and all the kids launched and it was excellent. I will say we had a little bit of material failure. And so by that I mean the cord that connects the body tube to the nose cone. Some of them broke or burned through, and so we had nose cones falling like Led Zeppelins because of all the clay, and body tubes floating like a feather. Yeah, so the kids did excellent. We should be launching Gen 3 rockets, which they will design using the computer software in the next 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay, wow.
Hey, I want to tell you, that class, I observed that in the class, and it's a lot of hands-on. I've seen more science and physics in that class than in a physics class.
Wow.
Yeah, it's amazing. Drama, back in the 80s, it was a huge hit. I've heard lots and lots and lots of great things. Students and staff did an outstanding job. I was talking to Mr. Hess this morning. He said he's already had 12 or 13 7th graders come up to him and ask if they could be involved next year in the 8th grade. So,
Nice.
I mean, it's already building on itself just off of what they did.
Are you thinking about that?
Oh, yeah, they would be able to participate 7th grade next year. I've already built a schedule for next year. We're already.
He's showing me an angle, but dang, he's already got all that.
But you'll let the 8th graders join the drama, okay?
Yes, it could be one of their electives.
Nice.
8th graders.
We had 8th graders
drama
this
anyway.
Yeah, they are. Robotics, we had 5 robotics teams competing in Albuquerque this last weekend, and we had 3 of those placed in the top 20. And the kids have worked hard in the classroom. They work together really well as teams, and it forces you to do that. So, and in top 20 maybe doesn't sound great, but you have to understand they're competing against all those Albuquerque schools and St. Pius and, there's all the junior highs and stuff up there. And there's a lot of, you get a lot of nerdy type people that, it's a nerd convention. And there's some brainiacs, yeah. Somebody takes a group of 4, so it's pretty tough competition.
Yeah, some parents that are really rocket scientists.
Yes.
Yes, they literally are.
Yeah, all right, so on we move to prom. Prom was a heck of a success. And I say that because the last couple of years, I was told last year that I can't block every melon out, but I don't know if it was a DJ or the drama kids, there was a bunch of them, and they really got out there and danced, and kind of everybody else started coming in, and it was, everybody participated and stayed most of the night. That's kind of, there were actually several students still there at midnight that, we shut it down. It was good. Last thing, we did have a full day of training on those new math textbooks that y'all bought us. The company sent, actually a person for the high school, and a person for the junior high, and they spent the entire day over here in the library, in 2 of the training rooms over there, and spent the whole day over learning about the books and the technology that's incorporated in them. So that's the big highlights since the last meeting. As always, I've included a calendar for you of everything that's coming up between now and the next board meeting. Make sure you check my weekly bulletin that I send out, because it will, if anything changes, it will be on there. Mr. Snyder was talking about the strategic plan, and so what we're talking about doing is, I think our goal is to really focus on junior high with the math and English for the reading, but we're really doing a decent job in reading, elementary and junior high. We're really failing. It's not a failing, it's a simple fact that during COVID, that 2 years they were out of school, kids still read. They read on the internet, they read a lot of reading, they didn't do math for 2 years.
Right.
So that 2-year gap is not filled, and it's statewide.
Yeah.
Math is in terrible shape, so we're gonna put all of our energy into math this first year and really hit it hard and then bring in that reading the next year. Or that's what we've been talking about.
Yeah, we're gonna have it reflected in our strategic plan. We have a red line copy in the morning that we're gonna look at and tweak it and kind of change it a little bit. Every once in a while, you're gonna see that strategic plan come up, you'll get an update. And it's gonna kind of bubble up again, because it is kind of our roadmap, and you guys need to see it on a regular basis, or at least quarterly, where you'll see it every few months. That's, okay, so you'll be expecting that.
Unless y'all have any questions, that's all I have.
Just a quick one, I saw something about the family movie night, is that Milana too?
2, still on 1 2? Yeah.
That's cool.
He is our having fun director. Did you notice how wiry he was a while ago?
Yeah.
ADHD-ish.
Yeah.
ADHD-ish.
It's the Brainiac.
Yeah, so having fun, you usually ask him what we're doing.
Yeah.
He's the director.
Well, thank you, Mr. Little.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Snyder, you're up.
Okay, so mine is gonna be oral, it's not, it's on a print today.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. Actually, came from Santa Fe, so I guess the right. Legislative updates, so what they're trying to do now is create an office of Office of State of Education. I don't know why I said, but it's OSE, Office, there's supposed to be a special, Office of Special Education. Well, the governor did it by order and put this person in charge of it that somehow was floating around there with a pad. Nobody really understands the relationship between this special ed czar, and then you've also got a Secretary of Education floating out there. So what they're trying to do, and they don't know if the governor, she's probably gonna try and veto it or whatever, but it's gonna put a state board of education back in. That was back 25 years ago, they got rid of it around 2000, 99, 2000. So long ago, I don't even remember it. Do you remember it, Mr.
I do.
Yeah, they had a state board with a state superintendent. The state superintendent was over all the schools, and it was kind of the buffer between the governor's office and the public education department. Kind of almost does away with the Secretary of Education position.
So what does this do with Trump's initiative of getting rid of the Department of
It has
Education?
nothing, it's state, this is only state. So she's already got it there. She's already got that office there. But what she's trying to do is enshrine it into law where the legislature will come up with it and say, this is an official position now. That way even a future governor would have trouble getting rid of it.
Is that an appointed position or?
It's appointed right now by the governor. And that's the OSE person, her name is Margaret Cage, Director of Special Education. And so nobody really knows why it's there or how it floats in, and it's not working very well with the district. We don't even know what anyway, it's just kind of another crack you over the head, but then they're telling you two different conflicts.
Just brings in there.
So the state's trying to put in a state board of education, that's the good one. That OSC one, in my opinion, is the one that needs to go, it needs to go.
So
If they don't push it through legislature.
does by having the State Board of Education, does that give local control?
It does
To the-
more, it
to
does
the
more so than
schools?
it does now because it's made up of individuals from all over the state that only the governor has so many. So she can present, there might be 15 on it, she can put through 4 of them. The rest of them are from all over the state, like School Board Association would be one of them. I don't know if that's in there yet, but they're trying to get it, it would be better to have the Board of Education than it would, in the Office of Special Education, let me put it that way. And then also on another note, they're trying to put in a gender, like part of your health class, they're trying to put that in as part of the requirement, is that they have to teach gender related issues. And then it opens up the whole thing of what they're gonna try and tell us to do, instead of just general health things. So they were even standing up, like Farmington school board members, she was saying, we don't want you to tell our kids that kind of stuff. We will teach them if it needs to be done at home, or they just need information at school.
I can teach it real quick, you're either a boy or a girl.
Yeah,
Math and reading.
and so,
Thank you,
that
thank you.
being the president said that, yes, that doesn't mean our state's gonna do it. In fact, our state may be trying to go the other direction, just trying to rub against the grain.
Mhm.
Anyway, so we all know how that is, and we all know what we can do with it if they do try to do it.
Yeah, let it play out.
What, Mr. Bill and I?
We know.
So we know, and the first T that will be coming this fall is on track at both campuses to be implemented. We're getting the equipment, we're getting the curriculum in already, we're getting what to send to parents already. We're trying to set it up so we roll it out correctly. We have had already some positive comments and feedback on the first T program.
Are you gonna have like a preview for parents to come in and look, and the kids to come in and look to see what it looks like?
On the first T. There is a parent, that thing that goes out to parents has a
Yeah.
lot of what it is in it. And so it also teaches 9 character pillars. And it's, of course, it's physical because it's in
Yeah.
PE.
I'm just trying to like picture what it looks like.
Yeah.
It's almost like a dare program or something like similar.
It'll be integrated in the PE class.
Yeah, character
It's,
counts, it's one of those.
it's a part of it'll be a
It
curriculum.
has curriculum to it, yeah, for sure.
And so you'll get to see it, you'll see more of it before it comes.
Yeah.
And parents can see it, and the thing we send out to parents and the bulletins, and I'll send to y'all to read. Because once you read that, you'll be like, oh, I see what,
Yeah.
because it's several pages and it's just real easy to read and it's real nice on how they organized it, clean. And then that kind of comes into that golf facility. That golf facility will be an integral part of our golf program going forward. Once they get out of the first tee, they go into the golf program, and it will build that interest over several years. You know, the JPYS does a good job on the parts that they do, but it doesn't really cover anything golf, not much baseball or softball either. That's another area that parents could help out, and there's gonna be a part of that where just good old fashioned parents have to get together and do it if they want it done. We can't possibly do all of it.
Yeah.
You know, it'd be nice if they could get together and take the kids to Eunice, or if they don't have a league here, take them somewhere and then get them into our program. With the golf, we have the luxury of a curriculum with First Tee, they'll actually put it in there. And then if we have this facility out there, you guys can decide, well, it's a $4 to $6 million facility and there's 4 entities participating. What does the school district want to do? And then when y'all decide that, I'll say, okay, that's an amount that I don't think we'll get in trouble. Talk to Nicole, make sure there's no procurement laws we're breaking, you know, that if we can, what we can contribute to that facility. So that's where we're at.
Later, but hopefully soon.
Yes, later, but hopefully they'll get it started pretty soon. Spring break is March 16th through 21. That being said, our next board meeting is supposed to be the 17th. So we're gonna have to, I'd like to kind of get y'all's opinion on when you would like to do the next board meeting. Would you like to do it before that, after spring break, whichever one?
I'm good either, if you're wanting to stay on a Monday, I'm good with Sunday the 24th.
I am too, as
Okay.
far as I can tell.
So we could do it on the 10th. And this is still just the 17th.
We should be
but-
back by that time.
I hope quickly, just back from down under. So yeah, the second page.
Yes,
So would you guys really like to do it on the 10th?
I say tentatively, yes.
Okay, I'll put it down tentatively, March the 10th. Would you put that down? Don't let me forget. Oh my God. It's so March 10th, I'll put that down. Okay, so far it doesn't cost it to complete. All right, and the data, both schools were mentioning it. We are gonna kind of attack math next, and so you're gonna see more of that. The reading, elementary's had a really good program for a lot of years, and it's building stronger and stronger. It's starting to go in the junior high, seeing the results of Mr. Little was saying, that's kind of his specialty is math. I would say Mrs. Comar's is kind of in the reading area, so it's really helped. And then before her, Mrs. Robinson, Mrs. Comar has taken what Mrs. Robinson was doing to the next level. So we're gonna keep that progress going, and then we're gonna attack the math side of it too, which is, it's a lot easier to say it than it is to actually do it. It's just a long process.
It's a lot of work.
And we're gonna do it with scope and sequence, timing, how we cover things, those kind of things. National School Conference is in June. I'll get you guys the date. I'll probably have it on the agenda in March. It's a national school improvement. What was the name of that, Mr. Loftus? National conference that we did several years ago?
Model schools.
Model schools. It's called the Model Schools Conference in DC, and it'll be in June. And it's been a while since wouldn't even want to go to that town. But honestly, this year I wouldn't mind going.
Same.
Don't you feel that way too? So we'll do it with the,
You know when in June?
I,
Have a date yet?
yes, we do have tentative dates on it. It'll be administration, and you know what, I don't know, I have school board member to, if they wanna go, you're absolutely welcome to go too. So I'll put it on the agenda as an approval item, just so you guys know what we're doing. We'll have like the pamphlet for it and everything at the next board meeting.
Okay, cool.
So y'all can see what it is. You're welcome to go if you don't wanna go to it, but it's very informational for us because we can kind of see the national trends and where everything's headed. It's really nice. It helps shape us more than what you realize sometimes whenever we all go to it and kind of see, yeah, we're on track with AI, or no, we have this, we could do this in AI, or nationally they're going this way, way left, or are they going somewhere? I have a feeling they're going to be pulling more towards the center in education, which is a welcome. The signs are good that we're starting to go away so far left and we're going to go into the middle somewhere. That's really good for us. So we kind of want to see what the trends are. So because then they start trickling down into the states. Then it goes into our state meetings, and now we know where all that stuff is coming from. That's why it's important to get ahead of the trends on it. So anyway, so that's where we are on that. And we moved our school board meeting. That's all that I have for you. Okay. Do y'all have any questions for me?
Travis? No.
He was tired.
Mrs. Art, you good? I'm good. All right, anybody else, anything? If not, I need a motion. I'll make that motion. 7:30 on the dot.
On the dot.
And I will second.
All in favor? Very good, thank you.
Thank you guys. You got Barbie's in our street. We got a lot of.
We looked at each other, so.
Thank you, Randy.
Yeah.
Thank you guys. Yeah, thanks, Randy.
Sure
help.
I just,
Oh, yeah.
I'll
I got a scanner first. I don't have questions.
Good job.
Thank you guys.
It's
been a long day. And we gotta make the morning at 7.
Yes.
Do we go?
So John, where you come from?
Okay, I'll log into that.
Oh, that's right. Did you and Lorraine stay at prom, like chaperone?
Yeah, more or less.
Yeah.
We don't have a couple hours.
That's cool. Tracy asked me if I was going. I know, because I told her, I said, yeah, I'm gonna be a chaperone. She's like, for real?
Everything was so excited to go to your here, take pictures.
No, they're so cute.
Oh, that's horrible.
They're so cute. And you too. Thank you for my sticker.
You're welcome.
I'm excited. State girl brought me a Michigan sticker. Love it.
It's a secret.
You doing okay? I know. I was thinking about it all weekend. I'm gonna call you and say, hi, what's going on? Yeah.
Okay, appreciate that. All right. I want y'all to see it.
Whenever we did that, it was part of our job. And when you're thinking of things the way they are right in that moment, you won't see them. But when you're thinking, well, what can we do?
I mean, that's why, that's the big deal, that's what it's used for. You know, yeah, I understand where the girls are coming from, yeah, we use it for evacuating, for here and there. Yeah, we're like, come on.
And they're even working.
Yeah, so, I hopefully got asked about dollars because I was telling her how great it was, you know, I think it's graduated in there. Well, actually, that was one person went in, one time, yeah, so, yeah. Yeah, so, I told her how to love out of the, and so she didn't really get to like focus, because there was so much going on. So I told her, okay, I'm gonna oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
you.